Hello, 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 hello. What's up? Happy Halloween! It's that time of year when we get spooky. Ooh! I'm not a floating head anymore. I know, crazy, right? I decided to be cozy this Halloween because I'm drinking. So let's do this shit as soon as my game decides to show up. Baba baba boy, baba boy, baba boy, baba boy. And before anybody asks, yes, I know the title is not the DVD because apparently if you put in for the next week Fright Fest, you end up on the front page. So, trying to bring in some more views here. Anyways, I was gonna play Legends EA for a little bit today and try to kind of finish it, but it's Halloween and it's really not Halloween themed. And honestly, I think I just want to wait till tomorrow when I do my 24-hour stream. But anyways, so we're gonna play a little DVD, maybe some Escape the Backrooms. And if we don't end up playing Escape the Backrooms, I'll probably jump on Mortuary Assistant so we can get really scary. I'm dobbying it. You better be dobbying it. Hey, look at me. If you're not dobbying it, what are you doing with your life? Just saying. Get to dobbying, motherfucker. But anyways, I got a buzzball. I got a fucking bottle of chocolate wine. I am set to go, bruh. So I'm gonna hit play, and I'm gonna down this fucking buzzball real quick. Start off the night with a buzz. You ready? How we get drunk for Halloween, baby? Let's do it. I thought I could down the whole thing in one shot, but that shit was not going down all down my throat at once. So I guess I'm taking 2 shots. Pretty good though. Chocolate martini basically tastes like the chocolate wine I'm about to drink. I feel like my face tracking is not working as well as it should. Hang on a minute. Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween. This town we call home, and so it's a pumpkin throne. Everybody goes surprise. That's not the scream. The scream. Everybody scream! Sound of Halloween. Oh fuck. I forgot one important detail. Hello. There we go. I'm scared. In our town of Halloween. This is Halloween. Everybody screaming and tries. Giving up back shots in the back alley. What? Whoops. I completely forgot to turn on my controller. It's probably dead anyway. Yep. Oh, there's no battery. That explains a lot. Halloween, Halloween. Halloweeny. For the pumpkin throne. You better work. First time. Michael. Hi. That was fucking horribly perfect timing. Michael! No! I don't like that. I don't like the... Yeah! Oh, fuck you. I don't like that. That was too quick. Nah, fam. I'll stay in my locker forever. Hell no. We just started. I'm already terrified. I hate it here. There's a museum where people come to see them. They really are a scream. The Addams Family. Sweet. Sweet. Petite. The Addams Family. Creepy and they're spooky. Yes, spooky. They're all together, ooky. The Addams Family. Strange. Deranged. The Addams Family. Leave me alone. Alright. I need to get one of these things to make myself invisible. Shit, still not enough. I'm hiding here, I don't care. Myers is trying to murder my butthole and I don't want it. Actually, he hasn't tried to murder anyone's butthole. That's a little weird. We have a nice Myers? Question mark? Oh, thank you. He's nice so I come out and show myself. Yeah, what I tell you. Ah. Hi. Bye. Oh. That's crazy. He's really trying too. Damn. In the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Something weird. And it don't look good. Who you gonna call? I ain't afraid of no ghosts. That's done, isn't it? Yes, it is. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Things in your head. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Ghostbusters! Good buster, I barely know her. Nasty. Ghostbusters! No ghosts. They really just left him to go to second hook, bro. What the fuck? Busting, yeah. Not be working on the gen while you're literally letting this guy die. That's crazy. Freaky ghost. Oh. Austin makes me feel good. I love that line. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Ghostbusters. Wow, he's slow as shit. He's not he's slapping his ass. That is crazy. Who you gonna call? Who can call? Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I hear you. Ghostbusters! Over there. Ghostbusters! Who you call? Ghostbusters! Who you call? Ghostbusters! I am not impressed. Hydrate, you dehydrated bitch! Well, he's dead. Why is this killer doing a fucking tunnel fest? That's crazy. I hate it here. Bustin', 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 make me feel good, feel good, feel good. Sorry for myself. Bustin', 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 bustin'. I hear a generator. I don't see the generator. Wait, is that the one I started on earlier? Somebody started on it. Nah, fam, it ain't like that. We don't do that here. We don't do that shit here. Oh, he missed. Oh, he didn't miss. But you get me that fucking slop chop. Bustin' makes me feel good. Feel good. Bye, bitch. Hee hee. Slap, chop. It's 5 p.m. somewhere. Oop, it's coming. Can't see! Fuck! Why would you throw that down? You got me cocked, bro. I got cocked, bro. What kind of bullshit was that? That's some bullshit. We'll finish the last gen, then come see me. Else we're never getting out of here alive. Busted AO. Hey, Rose, how are you? Sorry, I got distracted. Myers, so you're Robbie, so lewd. Hey, yo. I'm dobbying so hard right now. Dobby's dobbying. Vashu's dobbying on Battlefield 6 right now. Oh my god, he's dobbying so hard. Oh my god. My wine's not opening. Fuck. Bottoms up. Damn, I'm enjoying this too much. Shit, I'm dead. Shit, I'm dead. You slap, chop, and slap, motherfucker. Oh shit, I did not see. Oh, fucking kill me. You know what? I hard agree with that, homie. Goodbye. Almost like you didn't have to tunnel. Scary skeletons. Woo! I'm jamming. How is this Halloween music? Excuse me. How is K-pop Demon Hunters Halloween music? No! What crack pipe are you smoking? The fuck out of here! That's Halloween music, homie. The fuck is your category right now? You just trying to slide in that demon K-pop hunters into my shit like that's cute. That ain't cute. That's gay. Get that shit out of here. What's next? You gonna play Soda Pop? Fuck out of here, bro. I ain't your little Soda Pop. Just suck my dick. Fucking at least play some actual fucking Halloween music. K-pop Demon Hunters. It's a K-pop movie about demon hunters. It has nothing to do with Halloween. Fucking retarded. God, Spotify, get your shit together, bro. I wonder if there's like a DJ remix of fucking the original Halloween John Carpenter song. We'll find out. Oh my god, there's a trap remix. Hey, yo! Oh, I like that. That's fire. I could jam to this. It's like Michael Myers came from the trap house. Hey, yo. Hey, Daya. Happy Halloween, hon. I like it. I like it a lot. What you doing for Halloween? You giving out candy? You trick-or-treating? You going to parties? You screaming? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? I'm alright. I'm chilling. I'm actually drinking a little. I got some free chocolate wine from my old boss because he asked me to do some computer shit for him, and I'm like, yo, you still got that chocolate wine I had you order for me when I still worked here? He's like, yeah. I said, yo, let me get a bottle of that shit for free, bro. So I'm getting sure a little turned up. Adult Halloween it is today. I'm doing my adult Halloween. I'm streaming later. That's gonna be my Halloween. What are you streaming? Want a third or second, fourth, fifth, sixth? Shit. Me drinking. My day consisted of dropping my sister off at work, going to get my tires mounted, and put on my car, and then coming back, picking my sister up, running to the store, doing that other side errand to get the alcohol, and then fucking coming back here to figure out what I was gonna stream for the day. I drank last time, it was a disaster. Nah, I'm pretty chill when I'm drunk. Kind of funny. I mean, I do get a little aggressive sometimes, but that's only if people piss me off while I'm drunk. Let's just say the last time I got drunk was right after me and a person broke up, and they were kind of being like a cunt in the background, and I found out about it, and I kind of blew up. Justifiably, though. I may have had a justifiable drunk riot crash out. I say way too many out of context comments. Girl, you already saying enough out of context comments. That's why I like you. Because you just like me, for real, for real. It was way worse. I mean, have you heard some of the shit I say on my streams? I don't think you can beat me. Not gonna lie to you. Like, yeah. Let's just say I talk about a lot of things that probably shouldn't be spoken about on stream. And I do that normally, sober. Just saying. You ain't probably saying nothing I don't know about already, or haven't probably said like 3 times before. Trust me, I'm crazy. I'm a good kind of crazy though. That's what people tell me anyway. Whether I'm actually good crazy or not, fucking that's up in the air. Oh, hey, Sable. Want heals? Come here. Boop, there you go. Why are you looking like you confused? Like you for the people, fool. Yeah, fool. You damn fool. Are you playing Repo by any chance? Because I was kind of thinking of playing Repo later. I'll play Squirrel Stapler in Haunted Room 205. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I forgot Squirrel Stapler was a game. I think I have that actually. I think I played. Did I play Squirrel Stapler before, guys? I think I did. I want to say I did. Oh, we should play the Huntsman. I want to play the Huntsman again. Daya, have you ever played Huntsman? It's a game about a giant spider. And it's kind of terrifying because the spider actually learns your movements because of the AI. And it starts fucking tracking you down. It's fucking horrible. You should totally try it. If you want, I can send you the files on Discord. It's really hard to find. Not really. You just gotta go to itch.io. I mean, Backrooms or Repo, either way. They did add a monster update to Repo, so I would like to play that. But I'm down for Backrooms. Heal me first, then I heal you. Okay. Oh, okay. Are we still going? Okay. The only reason I'm playing these is because it was gifted by some of my viewers and they wanted me to play those for Halloween. You know a game you would totally hate playing for Halloween? It's actually kind of scary. Well, people say it's scary, but honestly, it got kind of boring for me after a while. There's a game called Hellseed. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's actually kind of... I don't know how to explain it. It's good once you get past the fact that, like, there's literally no way to find out what you're supposed to be doing at that point in time. Why is there 2 of you? Why is there a whole ass fucking night? Why is my life like this? What is going on? Oh, fuck me. That's not good at all. You know what? I got a present for both of you. Come at me, I dare you. Fuck your flag, motherfucker! Ban these nuts in your banner butt. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Hellseed. Really good game once you get past the fact that it's kind of impossible sometimes to figure out where the fuck you're going because the game's kind of weird. It doesn't have like an objective like thing or like, you know, I don't know. I guess I'm just too baby fucking I guess I just feel like I get handheld too much in games because like I know a lot of them have like objection things where you press a button and it like shows you where the map is, where the next objective is. This game doesn't have that, but it is scary. I'll give it that. It is scary once you get past the annoying parts. But yeah, Hellseed I played before and we beaten it twice actually. You beat the original ending and then the new ending they added last Halloween. So I might just play that tonight too. I have my emotes over here. What the fuck? Oh, hi, Patty. Hey, you leave that man alone. You leave that young man alone. Bye, Felicia. I'm pretty sure that counts as being out of chase, right? Me right now. Why are you dying and crying? Oh, did I tell you I got your gift? Did you? Did you like it? Is it nice? Are you enjoying it? I did not hear that you got my gift yet. Although I did, I'm glad that you enjoyed your birthday. I'm sorry I didn't get to like actually hang out and play games. I was so tired that day and I wasn't feeling good, so I really wanted to play with you though. You had a panic attack? Yeah, I remember you telling me on your birthday that you had an issue with like the shipping or whatever and had to have it redone. I remember that part. I was there for that. I was there for most of your stream. I just didn't want to take away from other people playing with you because I know they were all probably waiting to hang out with you for your birthday, so. Oh, hi! Ow! Rude! Lol, I made him go into a portal like an idiot. That's great. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. I'm stupid. Leave me alone. Wait, did he? Did he fall for that shit? Or does he actually see me? Honestly, I have no idea, so I'm just gonna leave. I need a new toolbox. Nope, not that. Left a little life was sucked out of the poor cinnamon roll. Oh! It was like deflated? That's crazy. What the fuck? Why would they send you a deflated fucking cinnamon roll? Well, I mean, to be fair, I just got my Miku figure. I don't know if you guys saw it on my Discord, but I just got my Miku figure in. And the only problem with my Miku figure was that the fucking little star thing that was supposed to go on the back. What the fuck just happened? Did I just... Are you serious right now? I got DC'd! Motherfucker! I hate it here.
All right. I'm in.
Anyways, what was I saying? So yeah, anyway, the little stars are supposed to go behind her. The little fucking peg, and as I tried to put it in, I don't know if it was because I'm too strong or the peg just decided to be a bitch. The fucking peg broke, and then the fucking stars broke on it. So I was like, well, that sucks, but... I mean, the rest of the figure's fine, so whatever. It's very pretty, though. You should check my Discord to see it. I think I posted it in Discord. Did I post it in my Discord, or did I post it in someone else's Discord? I don't remember. Pretty sure I posted it in my Discord. Hey, I did post it in my Discord. It's so cute. I love Miku. Miku's my girl. Not that. So they put it on a tiny bag and they suck all the air from the bag to compress. Oh, so they basically space saved that shit. They sucked all that air out, so there was just space. I have a pic on my Discord. Did I ever join your Discord? That's a good question. I don't know. I always be forgetting to join people's Discords. I probably haven't yet, to be fair. It's funny though. I figured you'd like it because I was like, well, I mean, if it's most girls are like obsessed with cinnamon rolls, especially fucking Iron Mouse. So I was like, well, I saw the cinnamon roll and I was like, I'm pretty sure she would love that. I know how to gift girls, I swear. Oh, you should have told me Stitch. I'd get you a Stitch figure. I'd get you Stitch in a heartbeat. I love Stitch. Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind. Honestly, I'm like afraid to even think about watching the fucking live action Stitch because I feel like they're gonna butcher the fuck out of that poor movie. I don't know why they keep live actioning things. It's like, stop. Give it like 10 years and I'll try to live action Uma Musume and I'll be like, I will kill you. I will murder you if you touch my waifus. Then again, they already kind of do have real life Uma Musume. It's the horses. Imagine if they did an IRL Uma Musume. It was just literally the fucking actual horses that they copied or they made them from, and they just talked in the personalities of the people. That would be fucking funny. I feel like they should have some male Umas though, because a lot of those characters are actually males or male horses. No, we're not playing this game today, sir. Don't want to play. I just want to go home. What is this shitty pallet placement? The fuck? Ah, got him. Oh, he mad. Oh, dropping Shaq at 5. No, I'm not. Taking it. Fuck. Ah! Why you gotta bully me, sir? It's Halloween. I want tricks, not treats. I mean, treats, not tricks. What? What? I want candy. Oh, yeah, I bought a candy bar and I fucking didn't even... I ate it. Damn, I ate it too soon. I'm sad. Someone sent me candy. Or food. Food would be great, so I don't get too drunk. Because I know if I don't eat soon, I'm probably gonna get fucking drunk. Why is my controller being weird? Hello? I have Hex Plaything. That's fun. Which means, haha, you just gave me the ability to restore my own health, bitch. He's too busy focused on that. He's not gonna teleport. If he does, I'm fucking cooked. Totem over there. Hey, hey. Totem over here. Hey, hey. It's a Demon Felix. I should really start bringing maid for this. It'll help a lot. Run. I can smell you. Icky. Do you have other people who might want to play backrooms? Because it's kind of better if you do it with 4 people. Just saying. Also, I'm probably going to be drunk by the time we get to backrooms. I'm not going to lie to you. Well, motherfucker. Go save. Work on the gen. Work on the gen. Thank you. See, this is what happens when you play too much. Ah! Puta. Esta puta puñeta pendejo. ¿Qué tal, pendejo? ¿Qué tal, pendejo? Hell yeah, pendejo. Pinche güey. Estúpido. Spooky party, ayo, we busted all night, baby. Bustin' makes me feel good. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Bustin', 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 bustin' makes me feel good. Tentacles make me feel great. Just let me heal you. Alright, whatever. Fine. Be that way. There. Is that Kate or Nia? I can't tell. Oh, it's 20. That makes sense. He's coming. He's coming. Not in the good way. Why would you fuck it up at the last second, bro? Bro! I'm not even that. Oh. That's crazy, man. The last fucking second, my guy. All you had to do was not panic. Commit, bro. Commit. Too legit to commit. Too legit to quit. Nope, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Go. Jen. You better make this shit quick, because I swear to God. Feel like somebody's watching me. Just feel like somebody's watching me. For privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Just a dream. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Oh, you ran right into his arms. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Yeah, bitch, you thought. Move! Why you in my way, bro? I can save her if you give me a second. Watching me. Go. Look at me over here rescuing motherfuckers like it ain't shit. Let's go. Watching me in the privacy. Oh, you like somebody's watching me. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Why are you out in the open, bro? Then you get people killed. Obviously, oh, always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me it's just a dream. I always feel like somebody's watching me. privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. It's just a dream. Fuck. Watching me. Somebody's watching me. It was just a dream. Watching me. Watching me, tricks on me. Is that the X-Files theme? Hell yeah. Give me that. I ain't gonna lie. The fucking Drudge feels like a monster straight out of fucking X-Files to me. Fuck! Trying to save your ass. Should've just went to the locker and fucking saved my own ass. Springtrap Sleeve. I just realized that that's person's name. That's wow. I got to say, that's crazy. He rocked you over. He knocked me over. I guess. Yeah, something like that. All right, Springtrap Sleeve, get out of here. We fucking basically got 5 genned. Hey, good news. I didn't drop Shaq at 5. That wasn't me for once. Yeah, man, fuck that shit. Ugh. I don't know if I need more alcohol or an energy drink. One or the other. Choose one. What should I drink? Alcohol or energy drink? Which one's worse?
Let's get going.
For Halloween, you get thigh squish. Thy ghost moose. A short rake. What? So we drink to get the jitters and be a gremlin, or we drink till we crash out. Choices. We ain't crashing out tonight. I'm just saying that now. I'll get a headache, but I won't crash out. Although I do have water to drink, so I'm gonna drink some water. Numb the pain. Ah, better. Then we drink to numb the brain. Damn right. Brain rot. So it has become official. 6'7" is now in the dictionary. I hate it here. I mean, it is labeled as brain rot humor or slang. So, I mean, there's that. But why is it in the dictionary? That's the real question. When future generations look at the relic that is the internet, they're going to be like, what the fuck happened here? I don't like that brain rot. It's stupid. 676767 blah 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 blah. Like nobody cares. It's stupid. It's as stupid as a certain VTuber talking about men generalized and then getting mad when people yell at or get mad at them for generalizing. Bow. Excuse me. I had a cough. Oh, it's Chucky. He's a Chuckster. He's a real Chuckleton. A real Chucky. The simple answer we have for them is everything. Yes. It's a Chucky Chuckleton. He's a real cat. You know what I'm saying? A real cat. We got haste. Let's go. Oh, poor guy. Oh my god, Twilight Zone. Oh my god, I love the Twilight Zone. It's like one of my favorite things growing up as a kid. Watch. It always scared the shit out of me though. Which is weird because it like really wasn't terror, I guess. It was more like bizarre, but at the same time, like the themes were kind of creepy. So my little fucking child mind would think, oh, this is like some crazy creepy shit that would actually happen in real life. So I was always terrified. And then that music didn't really help either. Oh man, memory lane, bro. I'll tell you. Oh, I see a redhead. I see a fucking ginger. Maud, get that ginger away from me. Fucking gingers everywhere. Oh, look at this ginger trying to slap me in the back. You fucking missed, you stupid ginger. Go gingerly eat some dick. Where'd he go? Is he really going right after that guy? That's crazy. This fucking ginger. Of course he has friends till the end. We check you without friends till the end. Bet my session ran out real quick, bitch. Michaela, if you're running him towards me, I'm gonna fight you. What? Run. I just saved your life. What are you doing? Congratulations, I guess? Why are you AFK as fuck? Why are you getting yourself killed, you dumb fuck? I don't feel bad for you. It's whatever. I completed my challenge. That's all I needed to do. Oh my god. Back shot a few wild. I don't know. Right? Honestly, I thought he had me there because of the fucking friends till the end, but apparently he did not. Just for the safety's precaution purposes. I'm gonna heal. Yup, see, there's the reason why I did it. Runs till the end again, huh? Why are you struggling on hook? I'm trying to help you. Come here. Are you gonna let me heal you or you're gonna run away? Homie. What are you doing with your life? Homie, what are you doing with your life? Okay. Back laugh without needing to send an email. Yeah. Yeah. Not again. Fucking again, bro. I see you, you little fucking bitch. I will kick you in the throat. Ah, to be young, dumb, and full of cum. Oh wait, I am young, dumb, and full of cum. What am I talking about? You know, it's almost like fucking Michaela should have let me heal her like 10 minutes ago. Come here, dumbass. Take a heal. Go away. You're nothing to me. Neither of you mean anything to me. I need a real woman in my life, not these losers. Anyway. Dad's about to let her die on hook because she pissed me off. There should be a totem around here. Where is it? Fuck! Come into bum what? Welcome back. I'm dead. You're gay. You're just gay, bro. I like the gay owl. Only about the owl part. It's the big gay. Good job. You literally successfully got the gen fucking broke anyway. So you just wasted all that time getting a crystal for what? Because he has surge, you dumb fuck. Holy fucking Christola. This is why I don't play fucking solo queue. Because of dumb people like that, Michaela. And she's dead. Dead on hook. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good life. Bye-bye. 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 Have a wonderful time. Thanks, I guess. Wow, that's fucking crazy. Almost like I just got tunneled. It's almost like David just got me fucking tunneled. That's crazy. Oh, fuck that. If I'm gonna die on hook anyway, I'm just abandoning. Fuck you. Fucking useless survivors, bro. Strong hand gamer. The fuck is that name, homie? The fuck is that name, homie? Alright, let's dump points in. How was that not enough for a whole fucking prestige? The fuck you mean, bro? You crazy, fam. Did I finish the stupid thing? Yes, I finally finished it. I no longer have to do this fucking bullshit. Thank fuck! What do you mean? I completed all the event quests. The fuck you mean? Still gonna complete 2 more quests? I thought I was done, but I'm not done because I'm a completionist and I hate it here. Anyways, I'm just being stupid. Ignore me. Making my head hurt by shaking it too much. I'm dumb. I am the big dumb. Hi. How are you? Make it. Bees. In the eyes of every life. I forgot they added Maggie to the DVD. Thriller, thriller, come on. Only guess she's a legendary skin, probably. Apparently I can't do the swear while I'm in the game lobby. Well, fuck you too, then. Also, it gives me every other part but the branding part. New version. A new version? How many fucking versions are you gonna put out in the next week? Same with OBS. Like, stop putting out a new OBS version. Damn it. Bet he'd be dobbing in to get that strong hand. Damn. That's ratchet. But probably pretty accurate, too. Imagination. Winds. I hear Crow Bitch. Who did I? Why did everything just stop working properly? Hello? It's Chucky again, bro. That's crazy. Oh no, not the Chuckster. Well, she down. Neighborhood. You have a knockout? Just come on, see her anywhere. Show. I did not mean to do that. You let her go for some reason. Icky, are you here? Why is she broken? Oh, that's why she's broken. Nope, that's not why she's broken. I don't know why she's broken. Unless the killer has a perk. I don't know. Unless she's fucking running no mither. And in that case, she's stupid for that. Why am I hearing let's hear it for that boy and then fucking whatever the hell this is? I'm confused. Oh man. I'm busted ass right now. That's 3 gens I did. Oh. Oh, okay. Don't grab the crystal or anything, bro. Yep. Got another one started. Not been injured yet, so I'm good on that. Oh, it's Tiffany. It's Miss Tiffany. Well, fuck. Why did I scream? You're healed. This gen needs to get finished. Let's go. Ain't no way that hit me. Fuck! I got mind gain, bro. They really should have changed Tiffany's model for when you get she's hooking you into like her ghost instead of the guy's ghost. That's weird. Here. Really, we're doing this shit? Ain't no fucking way that hit me, but okay. You tunneling bitch.
Let's do this.
Bet you. Oh, fuck you, man. Tunneling on one hook, gay. Pretty sure the bitch has got nurse calling or fucking something. I don't know where the fuck you're going, but I'm going to go heal in the locker like I'm supposed to. That's what I have a perk for. Done. She's gonna guard that fucking gem with her life. No fucking way, dude! Ain't no fucking way you knew I was in there if you're coming from that side. You're screen watching, you're a piece of shit, and I hate you. Fucking think I don't know you're screen watching at this point, motherfucker? Like, get the fuck out of here. Find anybody who's not supposed to be in my chat and ban them immediately. I guarantee you they were screen watching. The only reason I fucking know is because you definitely know I got in that. Didn't see me get in that locker. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're full of shit. This person was fucking screen watching, dude. Ain't no way they saw me go in that locker. I'm sorry. That's not possible. And I guarantee if I spectate the other two, she'll chase them down and get murder them both. Watch. Yeah, he probably left as soon as I caught him. There's no way they saw me go in the locker from that far away. Came around the other side and knew I was there. Like, that don't make no sense unless they're running barbecue and chili. Which nobody was on hook, so it doesn't make any sense. So what the fuck were they running that they could see me? Don't make no sense. Because if nurse's calling can reveal you in a locker, that's bullshit. I'm ready to play back rooms. Icky, where the fuck are you? Guarantee if I watch somebody else seeing the fight. I also gotta remember, Twitch don't count lurkers or whatever as viewers anymore, so... that's why you're still looking for her, if you can't find them. Open the door, dude. She's gonna camp the last hook, dude. Just leave. You're injured and you can't save her. Go! What are you wasting your time for? By the time you get there, she's gonna die. Like, you're gonna give her a fucking 4K because you're being stupid. Like, use your brain, bro. Just leave. The bitch is camping. Like, clearly you can see she's camping. So you're still gonna go for the save because you can get 4K'd anyway. Makes no sense, bro. Hence the reason I don't play solo queues. People like this are just fucking stupid. You saw that whole ass visual bug in the fucking side there where everything just turned blue, right? That makes no sense. This game is so broken. It's not funny. This game is so fucking beyond broken, dude. Congratulations, you got the save. Now, how are you gonna escape? Because you're gonna go for the door and she's gonna down you. And then she's gonna get the other one and then you're both fucked. Make it make sense, Tony. Make it make sense. Yep, you just got yourself killed. Good job. I'm proud of you. So proud. You just wasted your time for what? She's not even on the door. She's on the other side of the map. You just wasted it. Wasted the fucking energy, the time I gave you to save us. Oh my fucking god. Brains, my guy. Use them. Holy shit. Now this chat, that's what you call a rookie fucking mistake. If there's one person left on hook, they're on second hook, and there's no possible way you can get them and open that fucking door, you get the fuck out of Dodge. Stop with the altruism and just leave. Jesus Christ, it's not that hard, my guy. But now you're gonna bleed out on the ground because you were stupid. And this one, guaranteed gonna try to go for the save. And what do you think that altruism is gonna get her? For fucking 4K. Guaranteed 4K. You're giving the Tiffany the 4K after she tunneled me out because you're silly. Actually, no, you're retarded. Not silly, you're retarded. What are you doing with your life? Use your brain. Sometimes you have to be harsh with these survivors that they never learn. You know what I'm saying? She's just using you to find her. What are you doing? The more you crawl to her, the more likely you're gonna get her killed. You're both fucked. If you guys manage to get out, I will be surprised. The first thing you do when you get up is hide behind something she can clearly see you behind. That's crazy, bro. Clearly. What? What? Oh my god. Ah, I might be a little tipsy, but honestly, can you blame me for being annoyed by this? This is the kind of gameplay I get to deal with in solo queues, dude. I fucking can't stand it. Holy shit. And where's this stupid bird when I need her? Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, raise her again so she can get knocked down again. Because all she's gonna do is run around in a circle like an idiot. Let's be honest. Don't go for the same door. She's gonna come right back to it and slap you. You're going back for the same door. She is now down. What are you gonna do about it? You're going to get killed. That's what you're gonna do about it. Because now she knows where you both are. Because you're dumb. You should have just left when you had the fucking chance. Damn, he really came over to shake his head to Rude. I mean, her. And yeah, that's funny. Because, like, I mean, it's not rude, though, because they're being stupid. Like, stop playing dumb. Just leave. The altruism is not going to get you a win. All it's going to do is get you 4K, and then you're going to blind and bitch in the fucking lobby. You suck. You're a fucking shitty killer. Blah, blah, blah. I deal with this shit as killer all the time. Where I get 4K'd because they're being stupid, but then they get mad at me. What are you getting mad at me for? You're the idiots who fucking went around being dumb and altruism. Like, when you could have just left when one person was on hook. You had to get that one person off hook. Like, you do not need that one survivor. She's already got 2. Now you're both dead. See what I mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. She's gonna mind game the fuck out of you because you're dumb and you're going to die. Oh my god. She already knows where you are, bro. You're gonna get mind gamed. Enjoy. Told you. What did we learn? Did we learn to stop being dumb and getting altruistic for no reason? Clearly we did not. Now you're 4K'd because you're dumb. This is the kind of shit in solo queue that triggers me. If you have no reason to save somebody, or if you're at 4 fucking full gens are done, and the last survivor is on death hook, or on hook, just go. If the killer's dumb enough to slug and fucking camp, just leave. Because then this shit happens. Not only to mention the fact that you should have won 99 the fucking door before you went for the save, and 2, not going for the save if you know damn well she was gonna find you and kill you. Like, oh man, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry. I decided I might as well just start dinner while I was up and about. So I went and did that. Shut up before I fight you. Ugh. I was asking if you want to play Backrooms yet. Also, if you had anybody who'd want to join us. Ugh. Do you have anyone who'd want to join us? Oh, that's creepy. I like that. Iccy's brain. That's cool. And his arms twitching out of the fucking middle. Wait, is that a glitch? Like, why is his arm glitching out the middle? Hmm. Oh, that's disgusting. I love it. Hmm. Anyways. I guess in my server. Clank trap. Let me check something real quick. Nope. Doesn't work. Drag you into the closet. So you're sure you have escaped the back rooms, right? Not of any of the other million Backrooms games. That's the only one I have installed. Clank, 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 get code. I said, you're sure you have escaped the Backrooms, right? Not the other Backrooms games? This is the one I'm talking about. If you say into the Backrooms, I'm going to throw hands. I hate that game. I hate it with a passion. Okay, that's what I thought you had. I would have thrown hands. Are you streaming?
Hello. No.
Why are you not streaming?
I don't feel like dealing with all that right now.
Do it.
No.
Peer pressure, do it.
No.
But I need POV so I can laugh at your dumb ass later. Ugh, fine, you're lame. Hate here. I'm changing
I'm in so
them.
much pain.
I'm changing my
sorry.
title to Escape the Icky.
Don't escape me. You're stuck with me.
I ain't stuck with nobody.
You're stuck with me forever.
Yeah, okay. That's the last person who said that to me. What happened?
Forever and ever.
Yeah, that's what my last friend said, and then they abandoned me.
Yeah, because I'm
And there
totally
goes
your
my
last
stream.
friend.
You could be.
Oh, what happened? I'm not.
You never know. I'm just updating shit. And my stream probably crashed because of it.
I love how it's just like auto click correcting to Pokemon Legends EA for some reason.
I just changed it so it just says escape the background, so it should be fine now. If it's still saying Legends EA, then it can suck my ass. Oh yeah, it says escape the backgrounds. I'm looking at it right now.
You want your ass sucked so bad.
Not really. I'd rather not have my anus touched by somebody's lips. It's kind of gross. You know what I'm saying? Well, don't touch my anus, please. Thanks. Alright,
But
let me make sure.
Are you gonna host the lobby?
I would assume I would host the lobby. Why are you set to ultra? Hell the fuck no. Okay, that's too bright. Turn it down a little bit. There you go. Audio, 50%. Got me voice
Max
volume.
ultra. They're making sure your PC can handle the game.
Making sure we die. I like it. Yeah, I guess I can have VHS effect on. Head bobbing, hell no. Don't need game chat. Fuck it. I can reset achievements. Bye. Now, how do I go back?
Probably the back button.
You mean the close button? The hub is
something.
locked.
It says something, okay?
I'm gonna set the max players 4 in case one of your friends want to join or somebody else. Damn, not Uranus. That's right.
Send me an invite.
Can I start the damn lobby? God damn. Good old goddamn. Push your ass, bitch. I'm gonna fight this chick. Imagine if I just kicked you.
You did
Imagine if I
not
just
need to
fucking
bring an
kicked
invite.
you. I totally sent you an invite. Fuck you talking about? You're
You
already
did
here, readied
not.
up and everything. Shut your
Yeah, but I
face
didn't
hole.
use the invite. I didn't use the invite.
Shut. Okay, well that's your problem, you face hole fucker. Fuck your face hole.
You like that?
Not really.
No.
Not on my Christian Minecraft server, man.
You're a Christian Minecraft server? That's what this is.
Not on my Christian Minecraft server. Spoopy. This is all new. Like, this is all new content. Or, this has been updated again since the last time I beat it. So, this is all new shit that I'm experiencing right now. So, you're getting to experience it the first time with me. The full game, actually. Oh, just so you know, we start out separately.
I hate that
That
word.
thing does not want us to escape. Exit. Fix it. I am right behind you. Hello.
Hi.
Go right. That's literally what we have to do. Is go, unless I changed it, we should just have to go right. Keep in mind you have a stamina. Doesn't tell you how much stamina you have, but you have that stamina. And also,
This is left.
whatever, left or right. Okay, to me this is right. I don't know what fucking dyslexic ass you are. Found it.
This is we're going. Oh, did you? What is that?
Ladder piece. Done. Wait, interact with it. Is it done or is it not done? Guess it's not done. Must be an piecemeal thing. Oh, found it. Yeah, just hide in the corner.
I
That's
will
how-
hide in the corner.
There we go. Got it. The key has been retrieved. Now, where'd you go? Oh, right here. Now we gotta go straight forward and to the left for a little bit until we find the doorway.
Is there really a clown in this game?
Is there what?
A clown.
Yeah, there's a clown. Later. I'll let you know when we get to that point.
Okay.
I warned you there was a clown. Found the door. Where are you? Okay. So now we have to use Q and E to balance yourself while you walk across this. If you fall down, there is a rope on the other side. You don't really have to balance much. Oh, I fell. Crazy.
Why? Why is that a thing?
Did you fall?
I did, yeah. Hi.
Oh. Alright, well, then we gotta go back to sleep.
Oh. Of course.
Just follow the arrows. Watch out for the virus.
The virus.
Yeah, the big fucking what do you call it? I think they call it the bacteria. Basically, the big line scraggly guy that kills you.
Oh.
In the second portion, you're gonna find the skinwalkers. Those are fun. Oh, here we go. Found the kitchen. Pumpkins. Oh, flashlight. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh look, candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Alright, we go upstairs and go to the vent.
Oh,
Yeah, there's multiple ways to escape level 0. This is level 2. So, okay, look at this. You see how there's red, green, blue, and yellow?
Yeah.
You're gonna look at the cars and figure out what the number of each color, and that's gonna be the buttons that you press on the keypad to get the elevator.
Oh, gross.
Also, do this whenever you're coming close to somebody to let them know that you're real. Because if not, you'll get eaten by a
Wait,
skinwalker.
what button is that?
See, it literally is on the tutorial. Pay attention.
I didn't play the tutorial.
It. They just told us. What do you mean?
I didn't pay attention.
Well, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Sir, I raw dog games.
Hey, yo. I raw dog bitches, but that's beside the point. Anyways, grab that flashlight, you goober.
How do I grab?
F. You need to learn these things ASAP before we die.
What happens if I die before you?
Then you die before me and you have to spectate me. Duh.
Do you bring
Alright.
me back later?
Yeah, once I finish the level. Okay, so we got 2 red, 2 blue.
2 red, 2 blue. I feel like I should write things down now.
No. If you have to write that down, then you're crazy. Also, if you see almond water, make sure to grab it because our sanity will start to drop and we will get killed by the faces if our sanity runs out.
I found water.
Yeah, you have to drink that whenever your sanity gets super low and you start seeing the faces. You'll realize, you'll figure it out when you get to that point. Okay, I haven't seen a blue or yellow or green car, so I'm assuming
Maybe it's just 2 and 2.
that would mean the other 2 are 0. Can you get out of my way? Jesus Christ. Alright, so 2. What? 2. There's gotta be other cars then, because you can only press 1 button at a time for each color. Hold on. How do I get out of here? F. Alright, I'm gonna go back and look. Because we're missing something here. Moving whips excite me. And I'm perfectly good. You in here early? No, I guess not.
2. I found the 2 reds, 2 blues.
Yeah, there should be another garage with more cars in it, though. There's gotta be more cars in here, then. That we're not seeing. Because there should be more than 2 blues, because you can only press 1 button at a time. So, like, I can only press red one. Hold on. Yeah, I understand. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe? No, because blue cars and red cars are the same. I'm still confused. We're missing something, man. There's a door or a hallway or a room that we have not explored. Or we have to guess the last 2 colors, which I don't understand how the fuck that works.
Oh.
That would still not make any sense, because why would there only be 2 blue and 2 red if I can only select the second button on one or the other? Which would mean... Wait, can we remove the tarps on these? I didn't even think to try that. Maybe there's like a hint underneath them? I can't like it. No, I can't remove the tarps, so I just gotta guess, I guess? Or maybe you have to guess by the model of the car.
I mean, this is the paper is supposed to be a clue, right?
I don't know. You would think so.
doesn't make sense. I hate it.
Tell me about it. Two. Hmm. I'm stupid. Okay, I figured it out.
What was it?
Red, red, blue, blue. I just had to
Oh.
press them in a different order. I'm just dumb. Hello? Let me activate the elevator. There we go. Blinded. Shut up, Meg.
Why do you tell me Meg?
Because it said on your card, Meg.
Oh.
MEG, Meg. Use almond water to restore your sanity. Nobody has survived after losing all their sanity. You can use your current sanity level in your inventory. So if you press I for your inventory, you see the brain on the side that's full of blue. As that goes down, your sanity is dropping, so you need to make sure to pay attention to that. Also, 1, 2, and 3 are your buttons to toggle items in your inventory.
Okay. Thank you, Father, for the explanation.
Yeah, that's we're just gonna say that again. E, we need 4 of these. So make sure to grab them. What's that? Put the phone. Oh, found our key. Here, bitch. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you right now. These motherfuckers can come running at you fast. If you can make it to the next doorway or the next door, you see that fuck run. Close the door behind you. You see that big motherfucker? He wants your skin. Don't let him eat it. Because then he will become you.
I don't like him.
I don't like him either, but you know. Hey guy, come here. Get icky.
No, I will go get eaten.
Just be careful. Walk slowly. I think crouching actually helps. Can't remember though. But if he comes for you, just run back to the room and close the door behind you. Because if you don't close the door behind you, he will get you. And he will kill you. Unless you're smart like some of my friends who can fucking jump over tables and dodge them somehow. I still don't know how
my
that fuck is.
microphone settings on.
That's funny. I ain't afraid of no ghost. So there should be a room down this hall. And I think there's 2 of the skinwalkers in this room, so we gotta be careful. Okay. There should be a door. Fuck, there's not a door there. Just try to stay behind the... Where are you? Oh. Stay behind the pillar. He's coming. Careful. Never mind, you're good. Alright, I'm gonna make a run for it. Follow me. Run. Okay. We're in. Make sure to take some sanity right now, because you're probably gonna need it. Look for a key if you can find it. These open, they do not. Okay. Now we gotta watch. Sure you let the parent doesn't know that you're alive and not dead. Okay, he's right there, and the door that we need to get to is right there in that corner.
Nice butt. You look like a highlighter.
You do realize you look the same as me, right? Uber.
I'm a prettier highlighter.
Yeah, if you say so. You look real pretty in that monster's mouth. Oh, move! Move! Hi. How you doing? You fucking ugly! You ugly, my guy! Look at you, you look like a Crayola fucking marker!
Why are you so angry?
What the monster's lips do, baby boy. Hey, yo. He's just being his sexy self, you know. Hey, yo. Why am I blushing right now? What the fuck is going on with my bottle?
Why are you blushing?
I don't know. I guess I'm turned on. Hey, yo.
Is like the monster fucker in you just?
I mean, I am a monster fucker. Not gonna lie. Ready? Run. Get in here. Close the door. Make sure to flashlight up if you need one. Look for keys. Put the keys in the slots. I think we have 2. We need 2 more.
Hold on. My friend Latin is also playing, and I'm trying to see how many spots he has open.
Wants a bite out of that ass? I bet he does. Ooh, this motherfucker just chilling. You know what? You stay here. I'm gonna go get the other key. Fuck! I'm gonna die!
Are you there?
I got munched. I got munched.
Oh. Oh. So I should just die then.
Now you should go open the door and go get the other key. Okay, so what? There's checkpoints. That's not me. He'll say hello and then he'll charge at you in his skin form, so just be careful.
I kind of want to.
You need to go straight.
I kind of want to get eaten.
Well, okay. You
I
just
hate that.
got your back blown out. Congratulations.
Honestly, not as bad as I thought it would be.
Congratulations, you're a dork.
It's science.
Yeah, huh? That's what we're calling it.
Yeah.
Sure. You say so. You ready? Flashlight, got some almond water, look for keys. Or don't.
I grabbed something.
Find a key.
No, but you trapped me.
Good. That's what you fucking get for dying like a dumb fuck. Be careful, because they're around here somewhere. I'm just kind of taking the path less traveled, because it's just a little easier to get to the door I want to get to. They're not here, so just move. Fuck! That's how I died last time. I closed the door on myself. I panicked.
Latin is not responding to me. I'm gonna have to go to his stream. Like he messaged me.
That's great. I'm stuck in the door. What the fuck?
There you go.
Damn it,
There you
game.
go, baby girl.
I will punch you. It's gotta be over here then. Nope. Just garbage. What the fuck is this guy? What have we found, apparently?
Have you been through that door?
That's the door we went in earlier.
God, stamina.
I must have missed something. Are these doors actually open?
1 second, I gotta go. Hold on.
Nope. They break the monsters? The fuck?
Where did you go?
I'm back out in the deep down in the dirty south.
That's how you fucking died.
Yeah, well, I'm brave and you're not. Deal with it. Oh, found a key. Wait, is there only 2 keys because there's 2 people? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
Or am I just stupid and didn't look in places that I should have?
I mean, it makes
Well,
sense for there to only be 2, right?
well, no, because before we had to unlock do all 4 keys at once. With 2 people, you just had 2 people switching on at the same time. Or 2 different keys at the same time. I think we have 3. I think it auto saves when you get one. Or get the keys into the slots. Oh, hello. Careful. He's like right fucking there. Run.
Oh, stamina!
Yeah, stamina kind of sucks in this game a little bit. I feel like you should be able to open these, but you can't. I don't know why. It's the same. It just saves the progress for the keys you put in, if I remember correctly from last time. I don't remember. Guessing the wrong guy. I do know I gotta go check my food here in a minute, though. Should be right done. That scared the shit out of me. Nope, it did not save my progress from last time. Okay, you turn 2 keys, I'll turn 2 keys, and then we get out of here. The other 2 are over there. The other one's over there. Ready? Go. Whatever, I'll do the other one, I guess.
Thank you.
We're out. That one's easy. This one gets horribly annoying. Well, it's not annoying, it's just, yeah. You'll be scared. There's a lot of flashlights. Oh, wait, yeah, this one is kind of annoying. So there are skinwalkers in here, but we have to find the elevator, and we have to keep opening doors until we find it. And if a skinwalker comes for you, you just come in here, and it should auto put you in the closet where you're hiding from it. But just keep opening doors until you find the elevator. Sometimes it's on the first floor, sometimes it's on the second, third floor. You'll know it when you see it. It's a big green cage with an elevator in it, and that's where we're gonna go to get out. But I think it's usually on the second floor. Make sure you use a flashlight or you're gonna get lost real quick. And I don't like the fact that the game is, like, rendering really badly right now.
Yeah.
It's not making it easier for me to figure shit out. It's usually in a corner, too, so look for corner doors.
Yeah, I thought that was the door. Oh, here's the door. I hate this.
Oh, there's one downstairs. They're not going downstairs yet. There's a monster. Nothing. Okay, this one's locked.
Well, that's dumb.
What happened? That's just a hidey hole room. Their hidey hole room. Remember, if they start chasing you, head for a hidey hole room.
I don't.
You what?
I don't know if I like this game. This game's scary.
That's kind of the point, dude. Oh, shit, run! What? The door's supposed to close behind me, motherfucker! Well, I'm
Are you
dead.
dead?
Yep, go downstairs and search while you're killing me. Alright, I'm gonna check my food real quick. Should be done. Ugh. Don't die.
I will die.
Made it to the elevator. You can leave.
Not without you.
Oh, hang on for a bit.
Okay, I am scared.
Stop teabagging me, weirdo. It's going. You want to join us? We need 2 more. You did find the elevator.
I did.
Proud of you.
Thank you. I was brave.
Big brave dog. See that? I want to
Are
mention.
you proud of me?
I said I'm proud of you, did I not?
Yeah.
You don't need fucking me to be proud of you. Your parents should be proud of you.
We did it.
Going off soon. You're gay. We only you only finished like 1 section. Relax.
But we did it.
I mean, I wasn't pressed to believe that I wasn't gonna do it. It's not that difficult.
Let me be happy.
Never.
Oh look, it's my room.
Okay, now I gotta figure this out real quick. And
Am I the key?
no.
Am I the key holder? Well, that's rude.
Bitch, you want me to be honest with you or lie to you? I think I'd rather be honest.
Oh,
The Switch.
why you gotta be mean?
You asked me a question, I answered you. The fuck you mean? How am I being mean?
Because you're
I'm gonna
such an
fight you.
attitude.
Shut up. Deal with it. Always have an attitude. Where have you been? Motherfucking bitches don't understand how I be. Like, what? Attitude? You want to hear an attitude? This motherfucking dipshit. Look at this fucking person. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. That's an attitude. The password is it heard you. Really testing me
I should
today.
probably check my audio to make sure I'm not. Oh yeah, voice chat always on. I probably should not be always on.
Ass.
Okay, I have it to like. What is it called?
Okay, gates open.
Plus to talk.
We can go back.
Oh, I'm cold and I'm tired.
Going on 1 season? 1 season of what? Follow me, Dodo Burn.
I'm not a dodo. Listen, I found the elevator.
Congratulations, you did something I've done numerous times. Wow.
Okay, this is my first time playing. Okay, you be nice.
Never. I don't know what being nice is. I'm sorry.
What
I've
is-
always been a bully. The room?
Oh, you mean that room?
It's not a season, you goober. It's a floor. Section. Okay, you ready? Don't get caught in the dark. That's all I'm saying. You'll figure it out from there. Run! It's coming! Run! Do you see the smiley face? Avoid that. Run.
Whoa.
You got murdered, didn't you? Okay, well, what do you want me to tell you? We got to fucking find the way out.
Hi.
It's on a timer. Yeah, I figured. Sometimes we're lucky and it's like on the first fucking run. Other times we're not lucky and it's a
But
bitch.
now I gotta watch. now I get to watch.
So yeah, you have to watch the lights flicker. And as soon as they flicker, you got about 10 seconds to make it to the next area. So you gotta wait for the light flicker to be like less frequent, essentially, for longer areas. Unfortunately, I did not do that for this one, so I might not make it. I made it, barely. Yeah, you just keep searching these rooms until you find the room that has the doorway to the next area. And in the process, you also so then take care of your hiccups.
Oh, this one wasn't as scary as like the
Oh, fucking bitch. Are you talking about the Inside the Backrooms game? I hate that game. You bitch!
This is my first backroom game.
Oh.
He's just smiling. He's just there. He's like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, I'll give him pay, buddy. Are you serious right now?
Oh, there's
That's way too fucking close to me, bro. There. Essentially, you want to save your stamina so you get to about the halfway point so you can book it. But, you know, with these lights flickering whenever the fuck they please type shit, it's kind of annoying. Hey, Ugly. How you doing? Can I make it? Can I make it? I can make it. Ooh. Ugly. Oh. Nope. Five, six insanity.
Does sanity have anything to do with the lights?
No. Oh, come on! No! Ugh. My game just crashed.
Oh.
Well, now I gotta go fucking reset it. Yep, it crashed. Crazy. That is the first time that's ever happened. Well, I'll send you another invite, I guess.
Yeah, cause like it's still in the game. It's still in the game for like the longest time.
That's crazy. Meg is a maid gem bitch. That's a great save. We gonna die. I made some really great save names when I played this game with friends. Meg is a gem bitch is a nod at fucking my friend Q, who thinks Meg and fucking DBD is a gem. And I constantly tell her Meg's a bitch and I can't stand her because she always leaves me on hook. So, yeah. We have a disagreement on if Meg's a good character or not, so I named the game Meg is a gem bitch. Oh, don't go that way yet. Excuse you. Open the gate. Open the fucking gate, you dip. Where are you? Oh shit, I didn't even invite you yet, did I?
You didn't invite me.
You can join off me. What do you mean? Why do I need to invite you? Oh, hold on. You just joined off me, dork.
Which I just did.
Yeah, after I sent you an invite.
But I didn't use the invite.
Dumbass. I hate you so much. I'm going to kick her in the face. Wait, are you fucking streaming yet?
No.
You fucking loser. Get fucking ass on the stream. I'll beat you.
Why?
I'm gonna beat you otherwise. That's why. I'm gonna lose all my shit.
How did I make you lose all your shit?
Because I fucking got disconnected and then I had to quit the game and restart. Duh.
Oh, I rubber banded it a little bit.
That sucks for you, suck. Shit, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. Ooh, I almost died. Got you though. You probably should have ran there, homie.
I
Clearly not.
Why does my stamina
Because you have to save your stamina until you get to the halfway point, then run when it starts blinking. Oh my god, your body's like tweaking and it's funny as fuck. You tweaking ass.
Why am I being bullied?
Because your body's tweaking, I don't know what to tell you. Mother whore. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, I almost died. You mother chode. I hope I don't get to deep sea again. That'd be very upsetting. You ugly. What's your ugly ass? Fuck! Oh no, I almost died! Ooh, that was close! Ooh, that motherfucker was right up my booty hole. He said, give me your hole, boy. I said, fuck no, boy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him staring at me. That fucking toothy ass grin. Fucking toothy grin. Shit. Still nothing. Nope. They're really gonna make me work for this, huh? How dare you make me work for this shit? Okay. Hey, I win, you lose. Fuck you. Hell yeah, let's go. Found it. Station or fun? You coming? All right, so I'm just gonna give you a heads up. We have to run down this way, and then as you're coming down the opposite direction, you have to look to the left for a walled entrance. Yeah, I think it's the left. Once you see that walled entrance, dive in or run into it as quick as possible, or you're going to die. And there should be a flashlight coming up here soon, too.
Why are you walking so weird?
You'll also have infinite stamina, so you can run as fast as you want. You see that guy down there? Run! He's coming for your booty. Dude, fucking... This song coming on at the perfect time, I swear. Look at the left. If you see a brick wall coming up, that's what you're going for. That's not the brick wall. I don't even think it's coming after us. I think we goofed. I think we preemptively ran. So there's got to be chasing us for us to actually see the wall. So I don't think we went far enough. I mean, you can stay down that way if you want. So you're prepared to run.
I'll just stay behind you.
Now it's coming, run! Or not. What the fuck? Are you gonna come or not? That's what she said. Oh, it's a fucking spider! Oh, hell no, I'm out. Whatever, just keep going. Apparently it's glitched. It's moving slow as shit. Anyways, run straight down here and you'll find a station at some point. Apparently this motherfucker's not coming. Unless we actually have to both be there in order for it to start chasing us. I don't know.
I don't like that. I don't like it. I'm scared.
Well, if we keep running and we don't see a wall, that's probably a sign.
Flashlight.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, now we got to run. Okay. Start running.
No, we were just going the wrong way.
I guess.
I'm running.
It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Come on. Yeah, it's like a spider, bro. I don't like it.
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Got no stamina. Alright, so we have to activate the switches in order to turn on this door. In order to activate the switches, we have to go through here, and we have to deal with dogs that have human faces. So be prepared for that. It's fun. Yeah, you'll know where the switches are when you see the boxes. They'll be red. Gonna find a box to show you. Also stock up on sanity and shit while we're here, because there should be almond milk around here somewhere. I think it's in here. Oh, see this box right here? You open this and you have to turn on the switches. I think my game crashed again.
Oh no.
Oh no, wait, it didn't. It's being weird.
Oh. Here's an almond water if you need one.
There you go. You just have to turn all the switches on. Basically, you flip the little flippity flip the switches until they're all red, or until it turns on. It used to be different. I don't know why they changed it. Used to be you had to do like something else. Okay, shoe. Do one more. Found it. Alright, all the switches should be activated. Which means the door on the other side should be open. So we can head back.
Well, I heard panting.
Who? You heard me coughing, not panting. I was not panting.
No, I heard panting like a dog.
Oh. Yeah, that was me.
I wasn't saying you were panting like a dog. I said that I heard panting like a dog.
They're happy now. I'm panting like a dog. I'm feral and breedable. Come get me.
Feral and breedable?
Look, never challenge a brat who's also feral. You'll regret it. Okay, the energy bars will give you more stamina for a short time, so grab one if you find it. And eat it before you have to run somewhere. Are you ready?
Before I have to run somewhere.
I'm gonna let that dog kill you. Just saying. Alright, are you ready?
No,
poochies.
but you know.
Well, get fucking ready.
There's not much I can do, is there?
Okay, so the dogs just flash your flashlight like this, and it should stun them temporarily. Just a heads up. And once they're stunned, run. There should be one coming up here in a minute. Yep, there it is. Go in the door. Go in the door. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There you go.
I hate
You
every
hate.
sound of that.
Yeah, that's the doggos.
Well, I don't like it.
Yeah, well, deal with it. It sucks, but it is what it is. Alright. Yeah, you're down this way. There's a doggo. Okay, that's turned on. No, it's not turned on.
Yeah.
Wow, that sucks.
Why does that suck?
You said it. What do you mean, why does that suck? Stay crouched. Never mind, don't stay crouched.
What?
Close the door. Yeah, he mad. You hear his whining?
I hate that noise.
Really now? Okay, that switch is on. I'm gonna try to sneak past the dog.
You know that I'm a chicken. I am a coward.
Run! I think that's all of them anyway. Pretty sure there's 3 in each area.
I don't want these dogs to be free.
Well, they will be. Trust me.
These doggies are scary.
I'm gonna check down here real quick. No, I think we got them all down here. Did you really leave the door open behind us? Crazy. Imagine if the dogs came and ate one of us. That's crazy. Crazy, I tell you.
Oh, I'm going crazy. What?
Then drink almond water. Hurry. Before you die. Okay. More almond water here if you need it. And an energy bar. Okay, this next part I'd highly consider eating an energy bar.
Well, I don't have one.
Here. Yeah, I dropped it. Also, be careful. There's pools of water with electricity. If you touch them, you're instant death.
Wait, so do I eat one now? Do I eat it now?
Yeah, you get extra stamina, so why not? Hey, ugly. Run. Go run back and disappear. Yep. Oh, no, he'll go in the corner, I guess. Alright, I'll stun the dog. You run through the door. Go. Go. Go now. Okay, I need you to stun the dog while I... Never mind, I'm just gonna run.
Do the second one!
Hey. Okay, I made it. Oh, no, I didn't make it. I screwed myself. Fuck. Forgot about this extra room. Woo! Okay, now I made it. Woo. Follow the doggy trail. Bitch, I heard you panting. Fuck off. Go away. Horrible, horrible creatures. I do not, in fact, want to give a dog a bone.
You can give me a bone though.
Time and place, bro. Time and place. Fuck, he's gonna get me. Woo, that was close. I almost fucking died.
Also, for your cat to know, I have a bad habit of not closing doors in any game.
Yeah, I'm aware. Clearly, that's the thing. Okay,
I
this is
didn't know you had to close doors.
Don't want to get eaten by doggo, then yeah. If you don't want to get eaten, you close the door. If you do want to get eaten, go for it. Okay.
Like how they sound. They sound fucking gross.
Well, they're not supposed to sound pretty.
Well, they sound like a dog combined with a pig.
Oh, I sound like I almost walked into a fucking electrical death. That was close. I'm gonna have to beat this dog. Something. That switch is open, but I gotta get to the next two.
Does
Okay,
it
he's
also
running.
electrocute the dogs when they step on it?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, I don't like that mechanic. I like it when it does the same thing for everybody.
Yeah, well, that's not how this game works, sadly. Wishful thinking, I guess. Yeah, that's two. Need one more. I mean, I'm almost done anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point. No, close the door. Goodbye. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt your potty time, buddy.
He was having a private moment. Interrupt him.
Eh, get over it.
He'll get over it.
Fuck yeah, you will.
Either that or he'll eat ya. Num num num.
Sure, you already got that covered. Fuck! Where's this last switch at? Nope, close door. I saw your bitch ass. Ain't no way! You leave me alone. Thanks. I've been at the office, leave me alone. Fucking Christ. Okay, well, it's not that way, then it's gotta be not this way, apparently.
That looked like a wall.
That looks like two dogs.
2 dogs in a trench coat.
You're two dogs in a trench coat.
I am not. That would be.
Where'd it go? I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy! Ooh. You think?
Imagine going.
That fucking happening right around the time when Michael Myers' theme pops up was not okay.
You got this, buddy.
I am not your buddy.
You got this, doo-doo.
Yeah, well, that's even worse. I'm gonna die now just on purpose. There's a switch I'm missing, and I don't know where it is. It's gotta be in the back, in the other rooms. I almost said in the back rooms.
Did you
Almost.
just stand up in that little cubby?
Yeah. There's a hole that you can stand up in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yarp.
Yep. Fuck you! Close on your face, bitch. Yeah,
Puppy just wants hugs.
there's a fuse box around here I'm missing somehow. Go away, ugly. What the fuck is this fuse box? See if I can just get him to come out. Sneak past him. Of course you run away. Fuck off. Nope, it's not here either. You trapped behind the door? Oh. I'm trapped.
He is shutting his door.
Well, he's trapped and I'm trapped, apparently. The folk. Oh! Oh! What? Oh!
I was trying to warn you, but I had chip in my mouth. I couldn't warn you properly.
Thanks. How did he get behind me? That's the $1,000,000 question. How am I missing one? I don't understand. Where is it? I searched that whole fucking area, did not find one. I guess stay here while I go fucking try to get this shit.
Okay.
Now the monster dog is gone. I found it. And of course, it's gonna be one of these. Or my mouse doesn't want to work. Come on. There we go. Hello? Are you gonna place it or what? Alright, go through the door. Not the one I'm at, the other door. I got it. There.
Let's see what oh, that one. I just didn't go down far enough.
Apparently not. There you are. I don't know where the hell you were. I don't know where the fuck how'd you get out before me? Like, I didn't see yours.
I don't think you realize how easily it is for me to get lost in a game, especially when it's in daylight.
all you had to do was walk through the door. Isn't that complicated? On you move!
Candy bar.
On my way. Okay, so this one, there's going to be cameras, and we have to run around them and try not to get seen, or we can't get to the next part.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would have liked to know that before I started.
You didn't find the cameras yet, so you're fine.
Oh,
That's why I was giving you a heads up. You know, saying it like you're depressed. Like, Jesus Christ. Sound happy for once in your life. Oh! Hi! Oh, shit!
oh, he reached through and he gave you a hug.
Okay, this isn't what I remember. I guess they changed it a bit.
I hate that. Okay, thank you.
Well, got a Halloween slip, chat. Get on it. And Icky walked through the window.
I tried to go into that room. I thought I'd be safe.
No, I just wanted to join the monster and live death. Okay, note to self, stay the fuck away from windows. Gotcha.
Well, I found a wall. The windows are mean. The windows hate you.
I can tell.
Where did you go?
Just exploring. Found a ladder in an elevator. All the open doors is all I'm gonna say. There's not many of them open. But the ones that do are ones that I've explored. And there is an exit door here. Don't take that exit door. I'll take you right back to the hub. That's if you want to, like, take a break from, like, doing it. Yeah, this takes you back to the hub.
Is there a flashlight in one of these rooms?
I don't know. That's what I've been looking for. Yeah, see that door down there? That goes back to the hub. The hibbita habita hub. Hibbita habita hub. Ghostbusters! Seriously, what the fuck did I do to my character?
Mothman a kiss on the cheeks. What did you do to your character?
Oh, there we go. I fixed it.
What happened?
I apparently pressed control on that button. Which trigger didn't fucking toggle. You know, like most 2D models have. Okay, there's gotta be another room we have to explore. Well, I'm not. God damn it, don't get out of my way. So help me, Lord, if you don't get out of my fucking way.
Remember, this is where Mothman killed you.
That was not Mothman, that was Straw Man. Girl! No, I don't want to. No! Fucking bitch, I was trying to get a door!
Yeah, I did the same thing!
Motherfucker! I didn't know it was that fucking close.
And you come. Because that's what I did. That's how I got eaten.
I hate it here.
I'm scared. What the fuck?
Go look at the vending machine. Did you miss the part where I said go look at the vending machine? You have to look in the room and see how many of each object there is. And press the button according to it.
How do I get out of it?
Press F. So that one's for chairs. The other one's for fucking.
3, 4. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Next time, learn how to spell cheek properly. Dipshit. You should kiss me with my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
Water coolers, 1. Books, 1, 2, 3. They do it?
The door open?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you did it.
Why?
I swear to God, if you say, why do you hate me, or why are you mean to me, I'm going to beat the living crap out of you and show you how I hate you. You think I don't know it? I already heard that shit coming in your voice. I'm ready to smite you down real quick. I will fight you, bitch. Don't test me. That shit is so annoying. It's like Sin in his, I won't take accountability for things because I'm an idiot. That should drive me nuts too.
So what am I looking
I'll
for
beat a
here?
bitch's ass. Don't tell me. It's Halloween. Don't start.
It is Halloween.
Exactly. I mean, just keep your fucking insecurities at the door. We're not trying to have fun here.
What does juice do?
Makes you fun faster and lowers your sanity. Or restore some of your sanity.
Okay.
Just don't eat the red juice. Red juice kills you instantly.
Oh, this is green juice. Evidently, green juice is rare.
Nah, so red juice still kills you. Pain flavor.
Oh,
You like our pain
purple.
flavor.
I didn't want to drink it. I didn't want to drink it. I was trying to.
Too late. You drink it.
Yeah. I feel like you had to do something with this computer because it's weird. I'm gonna look through the other doors. Oh, a flashlight. Fantastic. How do I move things from? Okay, there we go. Get all the waters. I probably should not be so close to fucking windows. Okay, I think I'm full. Okay, so that leads back there. Okay. Oh, this is a camera part you was talking about.
Yeah, just stay under the cameras or move around where the cameras can't see when they.
Do I have to push a button?
No, we haven't set up the camera yet. Just look out for the cameras, hug the walls, and go in their fucking in the opposite direction of where you're at. You're walking right to a camera.
Where?
Oh, you're right. Just stick to the wall where the door is. What are you doing?
You said I'm on the wall.
The wall with the windows where the monsters can get you. Good idea. Holy Christ, Ola. It takes one brain cell to realize you're get killed. Go in that room. Go to the other side of the room. Go out the other door. Look for the camera. Oh, clearly that's not the exit. That's a room. Also not an exit.
Let me explore.
No. Doesn't that annoy me? By saying something stupid, I'm gonna fight you.
Why? Why do you?
You don't stop nagging me, woman.
Why? I'm not nagging you.
You are totally nagging me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're a nagger. Take that as whatever way you want. I don't care anymore.
Oh, man.
Are you watching the camera?
I don't know what you mean by are you watching the camera?
Look at the camera, see what direction it's in, and then move when it's not in your direction. What do you mean? How? Explain.
I haven't seen a camera. The fuck do you mean?
Well, the cameras are broken. Just go. Maybe they took them out of the game. I don't know.
Like I've been looking for cameras and I haven't seen any.
On the wall.
Yeah, I've been looking on the walls.
Apparently not, nagger.
No, I have like literally seen like one camera.
Did it spot you though?
No.
Are you positive?
I'm pretty certain.
Well, then go. The door's open. You made it. Just grab the crowbar though. Yeah, I think the cameras were broken then. Oh, the hotel. I hate this one. What?
Nothing.
What did you ask me?
I didn't ask you anything.
What did you ask me if I beat you?
Do you want? Okay, here. Hold on.
What?
Drop item. Drop
Hmm?
item.
Talking to.
You here? Pick up some stuff. I brought you stuff.
Well, stop mumbling under your breath. I can't hear you, dork.
I tried to take care of you.
No, you did.
I gave you stuff, didn't I?
Stop
Wait, what
talking under your breath. I can't understand you. You're not comprehending this. Trying to figure out the damn puzzle. I was wrong. Okay, I'm pretty sure. There's usually a paper here to tell you how to do the puzzle. What the fuck is it? I'm pretty sure it starts from young to old. Or old to young. One or the other.
Young to you. Okay.
Just give me a second. I gotta reset it. Okay.
This is a fancy ass hotel, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's super old, so this is the second to last. Mention
I did
old
a new
man.
jack-o'-lantern for Halloween.
There we go. Got it.
Oh my nose.
Alright, we gotta find 3 keys. You gotta find a group of moths and spray them with the spray. They can hurt you, so don't get too cocky. Okay, the whole point was for us to split up and look for the moths. There's no monsters. You're fine.
It's kind of a lineal.
I'm gonna hurt you if you don't go do something useful.
You go that way.
You mean the way I've been going, you goober?
No,
What you mean? Okay, so we need to collect the purple goo that the moths drop, and we gotta bring it to the elevator and the dumb waiter, and use it to buy keys that we need. You know what? I'll just do it.
No, I'm trying to put the spray in my hand.
I'm only like halfway done with it anyway, so whatever.
You.
You. Oh, you me. You me. Get it?
You.
Star you, star me. Make a star me is nightmare fuel.
Some waiter. Maybe what we need is in the cafeteria.
I have a feeling I already got all the things I needed. Let's find out in a minute. Just gonna figure out where the dumb waiter is.
I found the dumb waiter. It's right here.
Yeah, you're a dumb waiter. Well, if you feed them, they will reward you. I want to put them on the ground. Hope my sanity is low as fuck.
See, I took care of you.
I already had. Oh, you say so.
You died.
I'm still alive, homie. Should grab the key when it comes up. Okay. Grab the key. Grab the key.
What key?
The key in the dumb. Oh my god.
I was going crazy.
There's a dumb waiter and then there's a dumb waiter over here. Holy Christ, Ola.
Will you be nice?
Now. Be less of a dumbass and I'll be nice to you. What's the goddamn key? Hey, you. Fucking finally, you're making yourself useful.
Next time you die, I'm not gonna go around collecting water.
Okay,
You
I
have
don't care if you do or not. To be fair, I can get water myself. It's fine. I played this game to completion before, remember? I think I'll be okay. There you go. Door's open. Let's go. Get in the elevator. Get sprayed, biatch.
Wow.
Yeah, you'll live. Yeah, you'll live. Okay, so this one's a little different. each of these rooms that are currently locked, we have to go explore. There are going to be monsters. So be prepared for that.
And I spray them with bug spray.
The bugs you can, but not the monsters. The monsters you have to run from and hide in the rooms. And what we have to do is find the keys for each of these, open the doors on them, and find the letter for each thing that spells the word that will show us what the code is. So, off we go. Like I said, explore every room. This is the door that we need to open, by the way. And that's a monster. Run! Or not.
I heard, but I could not see.
Well, I'm gonna go the other way.
Excuse me? Hey, hey.
Hey, Mods. Die.
Moth jelly.
Oh, look at that. It's almost like there's a plentiful supply of water that I could have grabbed with or without you. That's crazy.
I was being nice.
I'm mumbling. I hate when you do that. It drives me nuts. What? I can't hear you. Speak up. Get the dick out your mouth. Holy Christ.
I don't have a dick in my mouth.
Yeah, you'd want one, though, apparently.
No.
Why is this slander?
No. Why is this slander?
Because it's lies and slander. I said it, and that's how it was going to be. Deal with it. Oh, hi, puppy. Bye, puppy. Okay, I think he's gone. Oh, wait, that's one of the rooms. Or not. Right, so make my life easier, I'm gonna leave the door open when I come in. Here we go. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, it's magic. You know.
Today's letter is O.
Today's letter is ho.
No.
As in,
that's
you
not
are a
that's
hoe.
word.
Don't worry about
That
it.
is that is a word, not a letter.
You're a word.
I am a word. Everybody's a word if you think about it.
No, not at all. Okay, so this hallway kind of like a teleport to the back. Go backwards to the other rooms. Kind of safely, so. Just remember, any room that doesn't have the number you're looking for, like 204 for instance, is usually just a separate room that just exists.
You're a room that exists.
You're a nerd. Just thought you should know. Alright, where? This way? 200? Oh, hi. Goodbye. Oh, I ran out of room. Oh yeah, and you eat the moth gel? I forgot what happens. Oh yeah, it makes you faster.
Oh.
Zoom.
Fast as fuck, boy.
I'm fast as fuck, boy! I gotta pee. Literally. Yeah, door's locked. This room means nothing to me. Oh wait, that door was locked. It's being recharged. Okay.
So moth jelly is good.
Yeah, can be. There. Nothing in here. Oh, look at your quartz. Delicious.
Hey, my body.
Good was lunch. See how you put the letters there and it spells something? Basically, you're finding the letter in each room and putting it in where it belongs in the lockers to spell the words that you want to find. There you go. Fast as fuck, boy. Oh, found the K. No.
KO.
K-O. Found a U. As in you gay. I got him. Blank. Give me that energy bar. Fucking eat that bitch. That's as fuck again. I panic opened the door after I closed it. Motherfucker. I hate it here. Oh my god, please don't tell me I have to start all over again. I'm gonna be so mad. Oh, I gotta get the ones that I found over again. That sucks. So I gotta go 210, 211, 212, 213, and 215. Okay, come on.
Oh, now it's letting me drag them. Okay.
It's 292. That was some bullshit. 210. Got the O.
The fuck?
Fucker got me again. Okay. Oh, wow. I jumped so hard. I hate it here.
Me too, buddy.
Now I gotta fucking find him again. This is some bullshit. Oh. 201, 3, 209, 211, 213. And what's this one? 205. So 203, 205, 208, 211, and 213. And of course, I ain't got no flashlights or nothing no more. That's all my inventory. I'm so mad. Oh, this motherfucker's still roaming around here, too.
There's a flashlight over here.
I'm not really worried about that right now. 218, 217. Did I say 217 was one of them? No. 215.
Oh.
Okay, so if you can't close the door behind you, just run in the locker. They shouldn't be able to grab you. There's lockers in each room. Closets even, whatever. Armoires, foyers, dressers,
Oh.
words. Would you let's going for a reject? You can. Nope. I didn't like that. The fuck?
What?
A fucking smiley appeared in a painting as I walked past it. I don't like that. Didn't attack me, but it felt like it was going to. Nothing. Bill 3 might have one. Yes, it does. Smiley, if you don't stop doing that shit, that's not okay, fam.
I got jump scared by a plant.
Look, you get jump scared by a plant. The fuck, bro?
I thought it was a dog.
You're a
Wait,
dweeb.
is this you? Is that you?
Oh my god, yes, it's me. Fucking scared the shit out of me. Don't do that. Alright, come on.
There is a dog nearby. So be careful.
Oh, that's great. Oh, the flashlight.
I have a flashlight.
Oh, he's coming, run! Get in here. Close the door.
Hello?
Nope. We're not doing that. I log her. I think he hide her under the bed, too. Can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're actually under the bed.
Hi.
I don't see you. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I think only one person can hide in a spot.
Alright, I'm gonna go check and see what's going on. Looks like it's gone.
I think this is the way we came. Those are the plants that jump scared me.
That's crazy. Shit, we did come from this way. We gotta go back this way. Okay, he's gone for now. Just gotta be careful which hallway we go now. Okay, we're back here, so we should have time. No, we don't! Run! Oh, did you lie? Are you alive? Huh?
Define alive.
Did you die?
Define died.
I'm gonna just tell me if you died, dude.
I died, yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's also a dog. I heard it.
So if you find my body, which is like in that like main area, you should be able to find the flashlight.
I just need to get to the freaking thing because I think I have all the letters already. But every time I die, I lose all my letters. So I'm trying to get there before I lose my sanity. There we go.
Oh, link.
Okay, so rooms are missing are 211 and 213. Your body's tweaking again.
Yeah. There's also a flashlight on the bar as well.
I got the flashlight already. I'm good. Great! I'm going insane. I grabbed that shit when I did. Look at your body, dude.
Oh.
Where did he come from? I didn't even see him.
I also didn't see him.
Bro!
I heard hey hey, and then I went to turn the camera, and then you died.
That's fucking wild. I did not see this motherfucker coming. That's crazy. Well, so much for the flashlight. Well, I guess on the bright side, at least we got the letters in, so it should have auto-saved them. I hope to God it did. Yes, it did. Thank fucking God. So we need 2 more letters. 218 and 220. So find 28. Oh, he's here. I heard him. I don't know where I heard him, but I heard him. Dog, run. Get in here. That works too. At least you locked the door and you didn't die.
No, I locked the door. The
Okay.
door's closed.
I'm just making sure.
did good. I've been working on closing the room.
Where did he go? I don't know. Okay, that's you. Hi. We defined 219 and 221, or 218 and 220. That's 200. It's 221. 222, maybe? No. Wait, 221 might have been one. Let me check. No, it's 218 and 221.
Yeah.
Or 218 and 219. Ah, I don't remember. I lost my train of thought now. I'm confused. That's 223. We're going the wrong way. We need to go back. Run!
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Are you alive?
No,
When did you die? Oh,
I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm in a room.
the dog's heading that way. Be careful. I was trying to close the door to your face. I thought you were already in the room. For once, I actually wasn't trying to be mean. Maybe a little.
I thought I was dead.
I thought you were dead too, to be honest. I was like, oh fuck, I accidentally killed her. My bad. 275, 204, 285. That's not helping me.
This is me. Nope,
Fucking don't do that. That scared the fuck out of me. 205.
That's why I saw you, and I told you it was me.
Stop speaking under your breath, woman. Don't actually. Damn you, Smiley! Every time. 250. The fuck? 211.
These
212.
don't make sense.
It's backwards. None of this makes sense. 213, I think we needed. Nope.
218.
Oh, then we're in the wrong room. What are we doing? 215, 214. Yeah, just make sure. That's how we know we already explored them. And it gives us access to rooms that we can get into if we need to. I'd rather have easy access to a hiding spot than freaking immediate death. Oh, okay. Just close the door in my face. Rude.
At least it wasn't when a dog was trying to eat you.
How do you know? You know there's a dog out there?
No, I'll let the dog eat you.
Wow, it's crazy. That's a wild statement. Did he go this way? I don't remember. Oh, run! He's coming.
Yeah, he's gonna catch me.
Ooh.
I'm alive. Are you alive?
I am also alive. He did not get me. He disappeared as soon as I walked into the closet and then reappeared and left. Oh my god, I opened the door, got out of the closet right as he was turning the corner from the room. That was terrifying.
I hear him just smacking on the floor.
Slip, slap, swap. Yeah, I hear the slip, slap, swap too. Slippity, slappity, slappity, sloppity.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he left. Where he is, I don't know. Just been running at me like that. That's not normal.
I'm trying to catch up with you.
Okay, well, don't do it like that. Get the shit out of me. 210. 292. Come on.
Oh.
Okay, we're back here, so that means it's gotta be down this way. 216. Can you finish drinking the juice faster? Thank you. Thank you. Open.
I thought you,
No. I drank the juice, I go faster. Fast as fuck, boy. 218 got. Now you find 220. Found it.
Okay.
Now we just gotta go back and not die.
Oh, I would not be able to play this game alone.
Yeah.
It's scary.
I played it alone before. Not that bad.
It's scary.
And it says look up 05938. We'll keep an eye out. Door's open. Let's go. Into the bunker. It's into the bunker now. Oh, I hate this level. It's gonna take forever to get through here. I'm just saying ahead of time.
Oh, there's a thermometer.
Yeah, in the rooms that have high heat, you have to duck and be really quiet and slow because there's giant moths that will kill you. So make sure you have a thermometer on you, because it'll tell you when the rooms are really hot. Why do you people insist on having sing-along of fucking movies and movie theaters? No one wants to hear people sing along to a fucking movie. Especially people who can't sing. Dang. Make sure you're paying attention to the thermometer. See that?
Yeah.
That's a moth. That thing will kill you.
Oh, so big moths kill.
Yes, they do. And we have to get through this labyrinth. Which, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't remember the path out of here. But there is a checkpoint once you reach the halfway point, so. Oh, duck. Okay, so the moth does start chasing you. You can use that vent to spray bug spray at it to keep them off you. But that's if you can like get away quick enough in order for he's pretty fast. I would just say try to avoid getting caught in general. Okay, we should be safe in here.
Moth fuel. That's so squishy.
Essentially, we gotta get out of here, or at least get to the checkpoint before we lose our sanity. And that was a dead end. Oh. Yeah. My head's starting to feel the effects of that alcohol. AKA a little tiny bit of a hangover, I guess. Oh, duck.
726.
What about 726?
That's what the thermometer said.
Oh.
Unless it's a 0.
Pretty sure it's a 1, but.
I don't know.
It says 72 Fahrenheit. What are you talking about?
Okay. Sometimes it glitches into a 0.
Well, definitely don't look like a 0 to me. If it's glitching into a 0, it's not glitching into a 0. That's the temperature rising.
You're glitching into a 0.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Make that make sense, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, bro. You got a problem with that, bro?
Bro.
Want to fight with our pants off, bro? No, you're not guy enough for sword jousting.
I don't have the.
You don't have the equipment for sword jousting. Oh, you died though. Oh, it dragged you to its little fucking layer, I think.
Yeah. You could have told me it was there.
I would have assumed you would have saw me crouching and figured, oh, maybe I should crouch because there might be a big fucking moth
I
right
thought
there.
it was crouching. Was I not crouching?
Apparently not. I saw you. Oh, look, I found the giant head. Oh my god, how many moths are in here?
I'm in there somewhere.
Yeah, your body's right there. You see how many moths are in here? Yeah, hard pass on that.
I'm feeding the babies. You know what?
Those are not
While
babies.
While I'm dead, I can take my medicine, actually.
Yeah, you probably should do that, you goober. Okay, nag. Like that body.
I don't nag.
You fucking nag.
I don't.
You do.
You nag.
No, I get annoyed and you shut the fuck up. But there's a difference. This is why I'm not boyfriend material ever. Because I tell people like it is, and they don't like it, and I don't care. Oh, look, that big ass moth right there. Almost like if you looked at the wall, you would have seen him. Crazy.
So if you look at it, it doesn't chase you?
No, I told you. You have to crouch, or it will freaking hear you, and it will chase you. I said this like a million times.
I thought it was crouching. I don't know.
You don't listen. That's the problem. You nag and you don't listen. Typical woman.
I tried to listen.
No, you don't. We were literally telling you things yesterday, and you literally ignored both me and fucking Nizos.
No, I didn't hear.
No, you literally friggin' ignored us. How do you not hear us? We both said it loud in your ear, loud enough for everyone to hear it. Even Bella heard it. So you cannot say you didn't hear us.
I couldn't
You were.
hear it. Okay.
No, you selectively tuned us out. That's what you did.
No, I would.
Yes, you
I would
fucking
not do
did.
that. I would not.
Best of luck,
But
dude.
you
Try to
did.
go insane now. Oh, I won't go insane. I'll just freaking make Icky never want to play with me games with me again.
Is that your goal?
No, it apparently seems to be your goal.
Why would that be my?
Because you're trying to drive me nuts over here with the nagging.
I can drive you nuts in other ways.
Yeah, you think so? You keep thinking that. I'm not so easy to please. I hope you know that. I'm very picky. Why do you think I'm single? Why do you think I don't have that many friends? I'm too picky.
Well, you have me now as a friend.
Ah, sometimes that'd be debatable. Will you be disappearing and shit? Alright, where the fuck is this fucking room, bro? This is gonna drive me fucking bonkers. I'm going crazy. That's great. Well, we might be cooked. We might be cooked, chat. In the dark. I'm running for my fucking life! I don't know how I survived that, but I did. Apparently you can run away from the moth. Did not know that. Fuck you get quiet for?
I was told to go yell at Hero, so I went and yelled at Hero.
Why are you yelling at Hero?
Because the Hero is playing a scary game and maybe is scared.
So why were you designated to go yell at Hero? Because she's scared of the scary game that he's playing. Make that shit make sense.
She's my wife.
Make that
Support
shit makes.
my wife.
Nah, y'all women are too crazy. I can't with y'all.
This is what you do when you love somebody, okay?
Do you actually
Have a
love that
wife.
person? Really?
I love maybe. I love maybe.
As a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Be clear about how you love them. Really, that sounds kind of weird.
I love them. Like how is that weird?
Because there's different types of love, homie.
I know
There's a familial love. There's I love you like a brother. I love you like a sister, which is technically familial love. Or, oh my god, I love you when I bang you, blah, 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 blah. Type love.
That's called lust. Dude, that's
No.
not love, that's lust.
No, lust is when you want to, like, fucking be with someone temporarily. Love is when you actually love and care about somebody and want to make them happy.
Yeah, and that's not just like with sex.
I wasn't talking about sex in any way, shape, or form. I'm talking about
said,
love in
"I
general.
love you." You said, I love you and I want to bang you.
Okay, that's part of loving someone, isn't it? Like, what do you mean? You gonna tell me sex ain't part of relationships? Okay. It's a big part of a relationship. Well, not a big part of a relationship, but a lot of people make it a big part of their relationship. Which is stupid on them, because then guess what? You know, it's a failing, and then you wonder why. Because you're too busy worried about sex and you were the actual other person's feelings. Don't get me started. I'm drunk and feeling philosophical. You will hear things. Actually, I'm not even drunk. I'm just buzzed.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzzed. Buzzed like that moth that I escaped that you apparently couldn't.
Listen,
Crazy.
I don't know if you know this, but there's two types of games I'm really bad at.
How would I know that if I barely play games with you?
It's parkour games. Okay, I will tell you. I'm really bad at parkour games.
Dope, dope. Okay.
And mazes. With monsters.
You're amazed
And
with a
mazes
monster.
without monsters.
Okay, I'm literally walking to the same spot over and over again. This is driving me nuts. I'll just let this motherfucker kill me. Well, damn, moth don't kill me, the fucking sanity will.
Well, you should be used to no sanity, mister.
Yeah, I hang out with people like you and Sin. Of course I should be. I'm used to it. I missed playing fucking Repo with my wife to go put tires on, and now I have to deal with your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a wife, so can I, butthead. My gaming wife. My DBD wife.
Maybe it's my wife. So is Nuggies.
Wow, you're polygamous. I'm calling
So
the
is
cops.
Bella.
You're polygamous. I'm calling the cops.
What do you mean?
Polygamy is illegal in the United States of America. What do you mean? What do I mean? You can't have multiple wives. It's against the law. I'm calling the cops. I don't actually have a wife. I lied. I call her my wife, and she don't call me her husband. Wishful thinking. Oh, I found a checkpoint. Let's fucking go.
Good job.
Don't patronize me. We ain't through this shit yet.
I'm proud of you for finding the halfway point.
Bitch, I know what you saw me. Fuck off.
Look at that leg just go.
I'm mad. That moth should not have found me. Grab your thermometer. Let's fucking go.
Grab your dick.
My what?
Don't.
I heard that.
You heard nothing.
Chat, clip her out of context and post it on Twitter. Put hashtag.
Where did you go?
Put hashtag. I was right. I was right about Bow.
Where the fuck did you go?
I went in the room that's literally fucking straightforward, and you couldn't miss where you're going unless you're dumb, and probably are.
I turned off, and I don't know where you are.
Well, I guess you're gonna die while I figure out how to get the fuck out of here. Bye.
No, I'm coming back because I found the moth, and now I don't want to mess with it.
Oh, that was the room I was in, so
Oh.
now I'm in another room with a moth.
Yeah. Now
I'm in a room with it without a moth. Or that's a dead end.
I don't.
Imagine sleeping. Could not be me. I'm not gonna lie, this game's kind of long, so I don't think we're gonna get through it tonight. But we'll try. This section alone's a pain in the ass, and then the whole school section, or the library section, is even more of a pain in the ass. Oh wait, I found the exit. Let's go. I lied. It wasn't that bad. So you have two choices: die to a moth or find me. Completely your choice. I'm right here. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn other way. To your left. Keep going straight. There you go. Do not run. Just crawl until you get to the doorway. Moss said breed. Breed. Alright, we can go now.
Yay!
You lucky I found that shit.
You did good. I'm proud of you.
Okay, time for fun.
More running.
Make sure you got a flashlight.
Flashlight.
Oh, I died to the fucking steam. Are you serious?
Why do you stand there?
I didn't know it was gonna kill me. Never did before. Just keep going straight. Eventually, a monster will be chasing you from the other way, and then you're gonna have to find the hallway on the right side that you're gonna go into. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have.
Well, maybe you should go hang out with maybe then. How about that?
Listen, you.
Yeah, exactly. Shut up. No, go get. Be gone, thought.
You're a thought. Fuck.
I'm not a thought. I don't even fuck women. What do you mean? I have to be a thought. I mean, I actually fuck with people to be a thought. You see where that light's coming from? Go in there. Use that little ladder. Doesn't matter which one. Oh, yes. It's time for the birthday party.
Do I need the thermometer?
No. You're gonna need to be very quiet, slow, and crouch, and make sure you don't walk into those fucking monsters, though. This is gonna be fun, chat. I hate this part. If you see, if you hear the music stop, just duck under the table. Because I can't get you under the table. But you actually have to be under the table, is my point. Okay, you see the guys with the balloons? We have to sneak past them. If you hear the music stop, just start running. Also pay attention to those ones!
I forgot to sneak up.
Fine. That was kind of my bad. I wasn't meaning to get you killed. I forgot that there was another one like right over there.
The issue was I forgot to stand up. You can't rest when you're crouched.
Oh, that too. Oh, he saw me. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I get past that one. Can't remember. I think
Why
you
are
got
there
the.
so many?
This game hates us. That's why. Honestly, I'm just gonna try running past them, and then you're just gonna go after me. Sound good?
Maybe we'll try running.
Jungle juice time. And booking it. And I'm already dead. Okay, he's turned around now, so you're good. Just go past those two. Just stick to the wall. Hug the wall. Please hug the wall. Watch out for that one. Just don't get too close. You see that red juice? That'll kill you. Alright, so you're gonna reach the next area. There's gonna be more, but make sure you grab the almond milk and shit. Don't run. Make sure you crouch and stick to the walls. And pay attention to where the chairs are, because obviously you can only get under the spot that doesn't have a chair, and that's how you'll die if you don't pay attention. Just a heads up.
Crawl under them, or do you?
Yeah, you have to crawl underneath in order to save yourself from them killing you.
I'm scared.
You got this. Gotta do something useful. Can't carry the whole game, bro. Alright, that guy's fine. Just make sure when you turn around that corner that you make sure there's not another one waiting for you. And if you see them start charging, you fucking stand up and you run and then crouch under the table as quick as you possibly can. But you should be good on this side. I'm trying to get an angle on the other side. The other side seems fine too, but I'm not sure where that person is. Hold on. Because I can give you a better angle. Okay, yeah, just go past that one. Careful though. There's one right there, one! Nope. Yeah.
Get underneath the table.
No. You had to go around the other way. Around those two. It's fine. Now we have an idea what we have to do. We have to get the two, at least the ones, the one that was originally turned facing forward to chase. No. You don't. Nobody needs to die. I'm just gonna draw their attention real quick and get them to the table. That's all. There. Now we're good. Follow me. Just said stick to the wall and you're good. Make sure you grab your juice and your almond water. Alright, ready? Just gonna hug the wall. Go around. You're gonna hug this wall and go around these two. We're safely through there. Now we just gotta pay attention to the next area. I have a feeling this is the one where you have to run down straight down the hallway. Nope. Maybe. Fuck! Damn it, they got me.
Oh, they got me too.
Fuck! We're so close. Christ, alright, try this again, I guess. Okay, very good. Remember to sit close to the wall, but don't get too close to them, because they can hear you. Ready? Run! Damn it. Oh, Christ, man. Fuck! God damn it! Every time. I don't think we're supposed to go this way. I think we just have to run straight down the hallway. Oh, look. Now you give us a flashlight. Bitch. Alright, fuck it. That is in. Got that energy bar. Well, ain't no way you still standing that way.
What?
Okay, you're just ignoring me, I guess. No, it's not. Fuck you! That's bullshit. A fucker turned the wrong direction. I hate you. All right, go the same way we went. My fucking body's tweaking. But when you get to that one hallway that's like kind of like empty, instead of going to the right like we did last time, just run straight down. Like take an energy jungle juice or whatever and run straight for the whole end of the hallway. I think all you have to do is run to the end of that. You should be fine. I'm pretty sure that's how you get out of here. Do not take the red juice. That's instant death. Looks tempting, but you shouldn't do it.
So I go that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
So here.
Yeah, go around there. And when you get to the other side of the hallway, just run straight down the hall. And it should just be like 2 turns and you're out. Take your jungle juice if you have it. Yeah, run. No, not that way. Other way. Other way, other way, other way. You went the wrong way. I said straight. You took a left.
I did straight.
That's not straight, dude. That's straight. And you're out of stamina, aren't you? God fucking damn it. I said straight. Does that look like straight to you? You dork. Girl, I swear to God. You will know when I'm yelling at you. Trust me. I'm trying to gaslight. I almost fucked that up. Okay, I'm going. Feel free to follow. Don't look good. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Dude, I found like the fucking epic playlist for Halloween. I love it. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Okay, now remember, I said straight, not turn left. Go straight. Drink your jungle juice if you got any,
I don't have
and
any.
go straight. All right, well, I'm going. So bye. I think I made it. Maybe.
You did make it, yeah.
It. What? I did not make it.
Why is that chair? Is that one fucking chair?
Oh, it's like crouched too fucking early. Oh yeah, you can pop the flames. Forgot to mention that.
I don't know why you would want to pop the balloons.
Piss them off. It's funny. See? And I'm dead. Chair.
Why you do that?
It's not an orgy file. Lol. Because apparently I like being dead. Ugh. Say if we don't get it this time, we'll just fucking play a different game for a little while, because I kind of need a break. And I can't remember how to get out of here. If it's not that hallway, then I don't know which one it is.
This game.
Oh. Bustin' makes me feel good. I mean, I could play Mortuaries. But...
That is a fun game.
Yeah, but it's not multiplayer.
It is not, but that's okay because I won't play it. So.
Wow.
You play it.
It's lame. How lame can you be, bro?
What do you mean?
It's a fun game. What do you mean?
I like watching others.
Bust him in your butthole. What?
Whose butthole did you bust in? What?
I said busting in your butthole. Deeny, deeny, deeny. Debbie, please work it. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Nuts are in your mouth. Ready to run. Run! Why would you be crouched the whole time? Keep running. Keep running. You got this. I believe in you. Yeah, you don't crouch before you get to the table. You crouch as you're under the table. Good job. Oh my lord. Alright, one more try. Grab your jungle juice.
Oh, okay. I used the last one.
Buzz, it made me feel good. Oops, I just drank my jungle juice by accident.
Do you want mine? Because I think you're a little.
Busting in their buttholes. Okay, he's turned around.
Why would you do that?
To be a smart ass.
Now you just gonna stand there.
I think I broke it.
Do you want me to fix it?
No, I'll do it. He's just vibing. Oh, there he goes. We're good.
He just dancing. They just be dancing.
They vibing. Let them vibe.
I don't want them to vibe. I want them to be dead.
I want them to vibe. But funny. I have an idea.
What?
What if I get around them to like the other side under a table, and then I pop the balloons to draw their attention, and then you run?
So,
Oh, you want to be the one that draws their attention?
I mean, you're more likely to live and find the exit than I am.
Okay, well then you're gonna go get the attention of them while I run, I guess.
Yeah, I will. I don't think you realize. I will give you my jungle juice if you want.
No, I already have one. I just need you to get past them and go to that table. So hug the wall. I'll try to draw another attention if they. I got their attention. It's okay.
Oh.
They went after you, didn't they?
Ah, they did. How do you pop balloons?
You just click on them.
I clicked on them and they drink the juice instead.
Well, you have to have an empty hand to click on them, you goober. Oh my god, this fucking chicken.
They got them bell bottoms on.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Hello? Did I make it? Oh, I made it. Party over here, a party over there, a.
Are we getting close to the clown?
Yep, I think so.
I hate that.
I can't remember. No, yeah, I think we're in the pools now. Yep, we're in the pools now. Pools are easy. Somewhat.
Oh. Wait, where are you?
I ended up in a different area, so you had to find me. Let's go ahead for the center.
You said the pools are easy. Are there monsters in this pool then?
Not in this one, no. It's basically just a liminal space with water and hallways. I think you just have to go right. You should find the exit. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I thought it was.
Well, I'm at the yellow slide. Which slide did you come out of?
So, okay, I learned something. There's not monsters, but there's danger water that will kill you.
Yeah, it's called a hole.
It's called a what?
The water that's called a hole. Did you fall in the hole?
It didn't look like a hole.
What the fuck did it look like to you?
It was water that had. It was like.
That was dark? That would
Yeah.
insinuate it's deep? AKA you would die?
I saw holes.
Not every hole is a goal, ma'am. Unless you're me, then every hole is a goal.
You.
Oh, look, I found your dead body. Yeah, that's dead water. Don't go to that water. That water hurts.
Yeah, I know that. Now,
You,
but I'm like,
you
oh,
see
this
all the
water's
parasites in
free.
the water? Yeah, that's parasitic water.
Uh,
That's why your
I
body...
like this.
Did you not notice that your camera was getting all wonky when you walked close to it?
No, I did not see that.
Okay,
They
well,
didn't do that for
mine...
me.
That's probably because you don't have the body cam on. Because I had the body cam on, it showed me that.
All I know is I saw water. I was like, oh, this water's pretty. I'm gonna walk in it. I thought it was pretty.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you?
Well, I learned that pretty water will kill you.
I was gonna say, what did you learn? Why am I listening
I like
to
how
a
confident you
horror
are that
version
they-
of I Got Five on it?
What was that?
I'm listening to a horror version of I've Got Five on it. You know, I got five on it. That song.
I never heard that song. So.
How have you never heard I Got Five on it? I literally sing it on my stream at least once a day. Clearly, you don't watch my streams enough. All right, you know what? We're gonna reset.
What do you mean we're gonna reset?
As in, I'm going to bring you back so we can go back in there and do it again without you dying this
Oh.
time. What you mean? See, each room door opens, and then that shows a room that we've completed. So this one's the pools. This is the one we're going in.
Okay. Because like I'm confident because like there's no monsters in this one. Like you told me there's no monster.
Just because there's no
You didn't
monsters
tell
doesn't mean
me.
there's stuff that ain't gonna kill you.
You didn't tell me about the danger water.
I mean, I feel like it's self-explanatory. If the water looks weird, that you probably shouldn't walk in it. I mean, Chad, am I losing my mind here? Am I stupid? Like, am I being gaslit right about now?
No, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not.
Yeah, I feel
gaslighting
like I'm
you.
being gaslit, honestly.
No, I don't think you know what gaslight means.
I totally do. You're making me believe something that exists that doesn't exist. I'm not stupid. I know what gaslighting is.
But I am not gaslighting you.
My ex used to do it to me all the time. Trust me, I learned what gaslighting was.
My ex used to try to gaslight me too.
Yeah, don't go in the deadly water with all the little parasites floating around that you can literally see glowing and wriggling.
Well, I thought it was pretty water, so I went in it.
You're a pretty water.
Well, at least I'm pretty.
You know what? Just shut. Find the exit.
You called me
Be
pretty.
quiet.
You called me.
Silence, woman. Make me a sandwich.
You think I'm pretty?
Silence, woman. You think I'm pretty? You wanna kiss me? You think I? You act like I've never seen Pretty Woman. I'm not stupid. Or no, that wasn't Pretty Woman. That was what other movie with fucking Winona Ryder? Winona Ryder, yeah, that one. The one with fucking oh my god, what is her name? Sandra Bullock. There you go.
Sandra Bullock?
Yeah, there was another movie with Sandra Bullock where she says that line. When you think I'm pretty, you wanna kiss me. I can't remember the fuck it was. It wasn't Pretty Woman. But Sandra Bullock was in it. I used to have a crush on Sandra Bullock.
She's a good actress.
But she is very pretty too.
You're pretty.
Oh, actually, I am not. Or if I was pretty, I would be a woman, which I am not.
Men can be pretty.
Why would I want to be a pretty guy? Do I look like a femboy to you?
You don't have to be a pretty. You don't have to be a femboy to be a pretty man.
You could be a handsome man. How about that?
Men can be pretty, okay?
Men can be handsome too.
They can be, yeah.
I'm pretty sure most men prefer to be called handsome, not pretty. Yeah.
What?
You didn't think about that one, did you?
I called Bella's fiance a pretty man.
Yeah, what he's doing.
He got flustered.
I don't know, man. I'm not into being called pretty, that's for sure. a traditional man.
Traditional man.
Yeah, as in I will prefer if you're gonna call me something, call me handsome. Okay, there's three things I don't like when women compliment you. It's calling someone cute, because like cute just implies that you like think I'm attractive enough, or like, oh, I'm kind of like cute like a brother or whatever, which just degrades me. And then there's pretty, which just like I'm not a chick, so why are you calling me pretty? That's weird. And then yeah.
I never
I'm
like
sorry, I'd rather just be called
understood-
handsome or just like, oh, you're hot than being called pretty. I'm so pretty, I'm so pretty, I'm so pretty and witty and gay. Yeah, I don't want to be like that, thanks. Also, I found the exit. I'm just being for real. Oh, I fucking hate this. We have to run and we have to dodge shit as it falls and not get caught. So, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go!
I hate this.
Yeah, tell me about it. I also hate this. I also got stuck. Luckily, I have not died yet. Oh, I'm stuck on the door again! Motherfuck, I forgot the door. The door. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Basically, just essentially look for the obstacles, watch the ones that fall on you, and the other ones that pop up randomly, and just get a feel for where you're going. Okay, this time, door. Haha. That's alright, I made it. Well, almost made it. I made it. Woo! Oh, yeah. This is the one I was talking about that I don't like. We have to find 50 tapes, and that motherfucker's just creeping around the entire time. Make sure you grab a flashlight, because the lights do go out every so often. Keep a track of where you pick tapes up from, so that we know where to go next, or find the next tape. Basically, just like kind of keep to this side of the room and get all the tapes that we can on this side, and then we'll work our way to the other side of the room. Hi, buddy. And if he's coming, go under a table so you don't get murdered.
Oh.
You got murdered, didn't you? You sure did.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
You
Guess I'm
said
on my
that
own
right
here.
when he just turned the corner and you looked at me.
Yeah, he's a tall, lanky motherfucker.
I do have a suitcase on my body.
Get away from me, you weirdo. Pretty sure once you pick up the tapes, they already automatically count. And if he's like on a side that you need to get to, all you have to do is pull one of the fire alarms and it'll basically draw his attention away for a little bit. Like that. And then the lights go out every so often. So then you gotta use flashlight to find shit.
Well, at least Smiley is also not in this one.
Yeah, we'd be fucked if he was. Lights going out do create an issue, though.
Coming at you.
Oh god, I'm dead. Damn it. Almost had it.
That time I actually warned you.
I knew he was gonna come eventually. Just didn't know he was coming at that very moment. Oh, Where the fuck you go? So I think the tapes that we already got already counted, and then the ones that we don't grab just got moved. I'm not sure, run! Motherfucker, there's no way you caught me! Fuck out of here! Eat me, bitch! Eat the fattest part of my dick. Hey, yo.
Oh, oh, oh.
You just run right into his loving arms, why don't you? Into your loving arms! Alright, how about you go on that side? I'll go on this side and we'll meet in the middle. Just pay attention to what you're doing. Okay, never mind. I guess that didn't work in my favor at all.
Sorry.
We need 6 more. We're good. We're gonna call Ghostbusters. There's no ghost.
On the other deck.
I'm aware, he's right there though. Ain't afraid of no ghost.
You're afraid of all the ghosts.
Ain't afraid of shit. There's 2 tapes left. There's none there! Fuck! Son of a bitch. Almost got it. Ghostbusters! Yeah, there's still 2 left. So we just gotta find the last 2 tapes. It's gonna be randomized now again. You know what? I'm gonna draw him over here. I love how this level is called the end, but it's no longer the end of the game because they changed it.
Yeah. I found one of the tapes.
That means we got them all.
Okay, now what do
We
we
just got the other one. Just hit on the computer. Got it. Hide. Hide! There should be a portal somewhere. Hello? Oh, fuck, we get out of here then. I did put the VTRs in the tape. Oh, run!
He's coming, he's coming.
What the fuck? Oh, over here.
Where he's at?
Yeah. Oh, don't go into him. Just wait. Apparently they added a new exit. It used to be a portal you walked into, but now it's like an actual doorway. Where are you? Yep, never mind that idea. You're almost here. Alright, I got it. Into the vents we go. Find the exit in the end, which is the funny part because it's not the end. Oh, this one's fun. Run. We have to get to all the way back there, but at nighttime, monsters will come out and we have to hide in the houses and closets and shit. And of course, I have fucking no stamina. That's great. I would say just go into the first house. It's gonna get dark soon. Especially with us not having any fucking stamina. We get in the house, close the door, hide in the locker, or the closet, or the under the bed, and yeah. Wait for darkness to fall, and then go away.
How do we know when it's nighttime?
You trust me, you'll know.
I saw a person walking through the door.
That was me.
Is that you?
Yes.
Are
I'm
you going up the
searching.
stairs?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm searching the drawers for stuff before the night comes.
I see your tootsies.
There's also like ice cream trucks we can get on and ride for towards closer to the thing. Basically, we have to reach a big mansion at the end in the sky. I might have told you to preemptively jump in too early, but whatever. It's gonna get dark soon anyway. It's like at least 2 minutes or 3 minutes before it gets dark. You gonna get dark soon? Like the fuck? You know what? Let's just try to get to another house, I guess, because it's apparently not getting dark anytime soon. Maybe we have to get a certain distance. Oh, I'm going crazy. That's great. Love that for me. Oh, now it's getting dark. Fuck! Get in this house quick. Get in the closet. Or under the bed, one or the other. Of course, now it wants to get fucking dark, you fucking asshole. Yeah, as soon as you start seeing the sun do that shit, head for a house. I'll get bright when it's light again. But apparently monsters will kill you if you're out in the dark. Never had it happen yet, so don't want to find out.
I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, is it bright yet? No, it is not.
Did you get food?
Got an energy bar. Sanity on the ground there.
No, I'm talking about like IRL.
Yeah, I ate already.
Okay, I was making sure. Because the last thing I knew, there it goes.
Okay,
Is it
we
bright?
can go. Yeah, get a movie on. Mosey, Rosie. Some
Just the last thing
fine
I
credit
knew is like you were like,
Mosey.
oh, I'm gonna go check on dinner, and then I never heard
Yeah, and I
anything.
grabbed it. Do you have a flashlight?
I do not know.
Here, take this one.
Pick that up. Oh, my stamina.
So I took an energy bar.
Yeah, next house I will have to like scavenge.
Yeah, check the cabinets and shit on the top floor. If we just find stuff. I don't know how far we're gonna be able to get. Where's the ice cream truck?
I'm going in here. Hold on. I need to get food. No, I want that. Yeah, my sanity was getting a little low.
It's not getting dark yet. I say we wait, and then we can just jump in the ice cream truck and take it halfway a little further down. But also we can grab sanity meds over here. There's more over here too. Oh, they're leaving without us. Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. Fuck, I don't think we're making it.
Oh, my stamina. Open the door.
Fuck, that was close. I didn't think that was gonna happen. It was crazy. It's scary. Oh, God.
Yo,
Yeah, I don't know if we actually have to stay in the dark or not. Or in the closet. Oh, no, it's just fucking scary sounds for how long.
Is it daylight yet? Oh, it's just between daylight.
Oh, that's freaking creepy. Alright, let's go jump on the freaking ice cream truck. It'll take us where we need to go. A little further than we are now. Alright, grab that, jump in. Pay attention to the light.
Oh, okay.
What?
Man, I wish I was streaming now.
I don't know why you ain't, Goober. Ain't too late. Alright, out. For a building. We got pretty far, so we should be fine.
How do you know we got pretty far? Because it's all the same.
You'll see the place in the distance when we get close enough. Oh yeah, I see the place. We are getting close. Go, get in. Like once you get outside, if you look, you'll see a big ass building in the sky. And that's how we know we're getting close. Because we got to get to that building.
Is that what the clown is?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
No, I don't think that's what the clown is. And no, you can't die in the clown because I need you to be alive so I can flash with the flashlight. So you either have to suck it up or find somebody else to help me with the flashlights to keep them off you.
I try my best.
You'll be fine. It's just a clown. He's not gonna do anything. I mean, in real life, clowns won't hurt you either. There's nothing wrong with clowns.
They're scary.
Okay, they're scary because they're wear makeup and they're unknown, blah 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 to you or whatever. But in all reality, they're not that bad. The only clowns that are bad are John Wayne Gacy. Those clowns are actually pretty funny.
No.
Then again, I've never seen a clown up close, but I don't think I'd freak out about it. They don't bother me now. I say we take this van and we go straight. Oh wait, this is the van we already took. Ran out of gas. Come on. Just follow me. You see it now? Sky Castle. think if we're lucky, we can make it to that house on the hill. Just keep your sanity in check. Once we get up there, we can take the van and possibly make it closer to the castle from there. Honestly, I don't know. Let's see if I can get to this other house. Yeah, we can go to the other house. It's closer.
Which house?
Over here. Just stay on where you're at.
And I don't know who you are.
The other hill, like literally adjacent to you. But get to this house and get pain in the ass, so I wouldn't even bother.
So like, there's the van. You went to the other one right beside it.
Just stay there. It's night. Just stay there and hide. You see my Miku figure, by the way?
I did. I was at work, so I briefly saw it.
She's so pretty. I'm gonna start a collection. I have a bunch of them on my throne I want to buy. You know, on my throne, where you guys could go, like, you know, support your boy and buy him stuffs. Like that drawing tablet I really want to get, so I can start drawing for you guys on stream. You know, wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Wink, wonk. You know, great Christmas present. Wink, wonk. And it's crowdfunding, so you crowdfund it. Wink, wonk. Don't be stingy. And you know, we're also doing the men's mental awareness charity. So, you know, you can always wink, wonk. Go and wink, wonk. Support that. You know, donate for the $500 goal we're trying to reach. Wink, wonk. November, bitch. We're 2 days away from November. Oh, wait, is today? Yeah, today's 31st. What the fuck was that? Okay, grab that. I already got some.
Okay.
I'm gonna take mine right now because my sanity's getting low. Get in the van.
Ooh, I almost didn't make it in. It kicked me out. It kicked me out!
Fine, we'll just walk.
Why
Almost
did you
there.
kick me out?
I don't fucking know. It didn't do that to me. Weird. Must have done something to piss it off. I mean, we're close anyway. It doesn't really matter. Although that would have made us a lot closer, but whatever. Oh, it stopped right where we were going to end up walking to anyway. Fucking difference. I mean, we could have got there faster. Oh. I say if we can make it to the second house after this one right here, straight ahead, let's go for it, because that'll put us closer to the building.
My fucking stamina is like not wanting to activate stamina.
Did you just say my stamina is not wanting to stay? Go back in the house, Shit. Stash here.
I did just say my stamina doesn't want a stamina.
Okay then. That's the thing you said, not me. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloweeny.
You are a weenie.
You are a weenie.
Never.
Is that you messing with doors?
Yes. I'm really mess with doors. Come on in, monsties.
Close the door.
Oh my god, I can actually see their eyeballs. That's creepy. Oh my god, I can see them. Oh, I don't like that. I'll get the fuck out of here. I can see their eyes. Oh my god. That was creepy. I don't want to see more of them though. It doesn't look like they actually come up to the house though. It's kind of just sitting in the fucking road. I don't want to test the theory.
Don't test it.
I'll do whatever I want. Don't tell me what to do. We're almost there anyway, so. Fucking sanity, really? Great, I have nothing. There's some almond milk in here. Nope. I'm going to die. You have an extra one?
I do.
Give. Quickly.
On the floor.
Okay, let's go.
I got you, boo boo.
I swear to God.
What?
Being cringe again. Look how pretty it is. Didn't say close the door, did I? Like right there, I might as well go. Well, actually, you stay in the house just in case.
Where did you go?
What do you mean, where did I go? I'm going into the building where you are. Oh, we are so fucked.
Why?
Cause it just fucking turned dark. What do you mean, what? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, made it. Oh, that was close. That would have been death. Wait, I'm still climbing. What the fuck? Okay, there we go.
My character is not wanting to grab the rope. I didn't know you had to look at the ground.
Oh,
I don't like it.
yeah, this is the clown part.
Yeah, sure. I don't like it.
What do you want me to do? Suck it up, Buttercup. What am I doing with my life? Okay, the star goes here.
The square goes in the square hole.
Really?
The
You
circle,
don't say.
the circle goes in the square hole.
Oh my god. Stop
The
it.
semicircle goes in the square hole.
I'm gonna fight you.
Have you not seen that meme?
No.
Okay, I'll have to find it. For you.
Honestly, I don't want to know that meme. Okay, I put the wrong star in the wrong spot. Are you helping?
Trying to.
Okay, well, you're not putting
That's
the circle in the square hole. Yeah,
circle and star here.
I'm aware of that. I'm moving it. You put the square where the square's supposed to be. Oh my god, and my game crashed. That's a sign. Oh, is a sign.
It's gonna kick me out soon, isn't it?
Should now. Oh, yeah, my game crashed. I mean, we got pretty far. I feel like we should have more people for the clown part, though, because I know you're probably gonna freak the fuck out, and it's gonna not be fun for me. And that's literally the next part is the clown.
Oh, I don't like clowns.
It's a short thing, but still, I'd rather not.
Clowns are so weird.
Have to do it by myself because it's gonna take forever. Stop.
Oh, now what you gonna do?
I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock. I could go to bed. It is late, and I am a little tipsy.
You-
And you know, if you'd streamed, it would have been better, and I maybe would have stayed up later. But
No. I
no.
was not okay. Starting the game, I was not in a good mood.
So what? What is up? Okay, when do I ever stream in a good mood? Let's be honest.
Okay. I have to be in a good mood. I'm sorry.
I ain't never in a good mood. I'm just here.
Sound like you're in a good mood.
Yeah, if you say so.
You do sound sleepy though.
I am sleepy. It's been a long day. And I'm also planning on doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow, so.
I think you and another friend of mine is doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow.
Well, that's gonna be fun. Guess you're gonna have to watch them instead of me.
I can watch both of you guys.
Maybe. All right. I think I'm gonna call it though. I'm tired, and I have to go walk the dog before I go to bed anyway. Thank you so much for playing with me. It's driving me insane.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. Well, you said you got the game. I figured, well, I might as well play it with somebody, and I've been wanting to play it, so I said, fuck it, why not?
I'm sorry I was not useful during the game.
It's whatever. Just proved how good I am at it. As always, I'm amazing. I know.
I made it past one part by myself. Okay.
I'm stroking my own ego. Deal with it. Anyways, happy Halloween, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream.
Happy Halloweeny.
I don't love any of you. You're all suck. I'm just kidding. I love y'all. You know how I am. I'm just aggressively mean to everyone that I like. If I wasn't mean to you, I wouldn't like you. Just saying.
But you must really like me if you're mean to me all the time.
That's not how it be. Just because I'm mean to you a lot doesn't mean I like you a lot. It just means that just means that sometimes you drive me insane and I want to punch you in the head.
You like me a lot. That's what it means.
If that's the case, then I'm in love with Sin because I'm always yelling at him. So let's not go there. I'm not touching peepees with him today. Thank you. I owe it a lot of people. I mean, I'm in love with everybody. The fuck? You guys just annoy me. Yeah, I gotta tell you, because I'm outspoken and I don't give a fuck. People don't want to be around me because I'm mean. When I'm honestly being honest, that's on them. It takes a strong person to handle my attitude. I'm Puerto Rican for a reason, baby. Anyways, we know Ray Daya because she's doing a squirrel stapler.
Squirrel stapler.
Yes, it's a funny game. It's not funny. It's a horror game, but basically, you're a crazy guy in the woods, shooting, killing squirrels, and stapling them to your dead ex-wife's corpse.
Oh, that's all right.
Meanwhile, there's a bigger thing hunting you, and you find out at the end. It's pretty creepy. It's a good game, though. Funny. It starts out kind of funny, and it gets pretty fucking dark. And it just kind of spooks you a little bit. Well, it's kind of a funny little game. I've seen Markiplier play it before. I think I've actually played it before. I can't remember.
I'm gonna give you.
Is it a fucking tentacle?
It is.
You're a fucking dork. Yeah, did I ever play Squirrel Stapler? I feel like I played Squirrel Stapler. I honestly can't remember, though. Okay, see, I did play Squirrel Stapler. Yeah, I wasn't losing my mind. We also played that one game. What was that one? Fuck, what's that game called? I don't know. It was one of the Christmas games. Anyways, let me go fucking raid before I forget. But yes, if you're on YouTube, because we are multi-streaming to Kick and YouTube, if you're on Kick, make sure to follow, sub to the channel. Boom, do it. If you're a bot, fuck you. If you're on Twitch, thank you so much for watching. I love you all. I also hate some of you, but that's in a good way. Just remember that. It's always in a good way. Wink. Anyways, I love you all. Have a good night. We're going to go raid Daya. Go show her some love and support. I will be putting that in a minute. And if you are on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe because we are streaming on YouTube as well because we are multi-streaming to all platforms because fuck Twitch. Also, fuck everybody else. But anyways, I love you all. I see you later. Bye, and happy Halloween. Hope you enjoyed the back rooms and me yelling at Nikki because she deserved it.
I don't deserve being yelled
You
at.
always deserve it. Fuck you mean.
Aw, no.
Go make me a sandwich.
You go make me a sandwich.
Bitch, I ain't no woman. Yeah, I'm about to literally call the fucking dishwashing company and tell them that their dishwasher's on the fritz. I know, it's pretty funny, isn't it? I'm hilarious.
You're
Someone actually did it on Twitter. They were having an argument with a female on Twitter, so they literally like contacted they added the fucking dishwasher company or whatever. And they were like, "Oh yes, how can we help you?" And he's like, "Hey, yeah, your dishwasher's talking back." Shit had me dying, bro. I was like, "Damn, that's some savagery." All right, raid 1 if you got raid 2 if you have if you have the emotes. Raid 1 if you don't. I seriously have to fix that. But whatever. How we only have one viewer going to this raid? Get your asses in here and fucking go to the raid. I'll beat your asses. Anyways, I love you all. I'll talk to y'all later. I'll see you tomorrow. We are going to start early and do a 24-hour stream. So get ready for that. It's going to be fun and chaos, and I'm probably going to die, but whatever. Also, I'm saving alcohol for that, so good night, everybody. Boy.
Good night. Good night.